certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Hey, everybody. Good morning and welcome. Aaron, why can't we see your face? Why haven't you put your camera on the show display yet? It's definitely not because I sent Johnny the link to the show I don't know, less than a minute ago, and I'm really worried that he's not going to be on the screen when I switch it over. So in no way am I stalling in order to give him time to get situated so that when I switch over, you guys aren't going to know that I almost dicked everything up today. So welcome to the program. There he is. See, I told you, nothing happened. Nothing happened.
All right, buddy? You sound like you're getting cold.
Does it really?
A little bit. Your voice has got a little choppy.
Thanks, asshole.
It could be just because it's early in the morning. I don't know.
I guess Dick Cheney dies, and all of a sudden everyone is inhabited with his spirit of being a complete shithead.
I'm sorry for showing concern for your well-being.
No, I'm not getting sick, thank you. But now I feel like I am, so that's great.
You're welcome.
Walk around all day, every little sniffle, every itch. Oh, my God, what's happening to me?
Happy to help.
Oh, no, I appreciate it. It's great. It's a wonderful way to start my morning. Hey, man, how's it going? Oh, not too bad. How are you? Great. I'm just asking because you sound like shit.
I didn't say you sound like shit. Just sound like your voice is a little rough, huh?
Nobody sounds sick and sounds really, really good.
I didn't say that either.
Nobody's ever said, "Hey, man, you look like you have AIDS," and you're like, "I don't have AIDS," and you're like, "Well, you look great."
I mean, it's just so skinny. It's amazing.
Now I know you're full of shit. I do know though that if I stick my head forward and have bad posture, it makes your head look gigantic. Thus, the rest of your body looks a little bit smaller. It's an optical illusion you can pull to look skinny.
Nice.
Yeah, I got that in my latest edition of Pretty Girls Magazine. I just read it to up my self-esteem. It's really great. We have breaking news this morning. This happened literally minutes before we went on the air. Dick Cheney has died.
Dick Cheney's dead. Wow.
Dick Cheney is dead, 84 years old. And I don't want to make this part of the steel toe curse. But while I was in jail, I did watch the movie Vice, where Christian Bale plays Dick Cheney. And I've been thinking more about Dick Cheney lately. You know, a lot of the problems we have today can be traced back to not George W. Bush, but Dick Cheney.
Yeah.
Dick Cheney revolutionized the role of vice president. You know, before Vice President Cheney, the role of vice president was to sit there and wait till the president dies.
Or you don't really do anything.
Yeah, I think what else is it? Like sometimes people become president when the other president goes under like anesthesia or something.
Okay.
Like if the president's
it's like a temporary thing?
Yeah, I remember I can't remember if it was Bush or if it was Obama, but their vice president had to be sworn in for like an hour or two, and I think it was because of a colonoscopy or something, or Didn't George Bush have polyps removed from his ass?
Possibly.
I think that was it. And Dick Cheney did have to be sworn in because you can't have a sitting president under anesthesia. Because while he's under anesthesia, somebody bombs the United States, someone has to kind of be the command and control of the response.
Make some decisions. I feel like that's a weird kind of micromanagement thing. We gotta swear in somebody else. Why? Well, because he's getting his tooth removed. Like, right, but I feel like everybody can kind of handle everything, and like we don't really need to officially make somebody else the leader. Like if it's kind of like, well, he could die during this surgery. It's like, well, it's a colonoscopy. Yeah, they get rough. But that okay, I guess swear him in once the president's passed. But I just seems weird. Like no, just for the temporary time while he's under anesthesia, you're president.
This is really going to test if the left has learned anything from the Charlie Kirk shooting. Because this is like Darth Vader, dying next to the Millennium Falcon. This is their this is their worst of the bad guys dying. Or it's not quite the Emperor, because that would probably be Trump. Like if Trump getting thrown down the shaft and everything.
Right.
But this is like their least favorite guy next to, like before Trump, this was the big bad. This was the big evil guy, was the guy pulling the strings in the Bush administration. And they're not wrong about that. I mean, Cheney would hold his own cabinet meetings. Cheney had his own private email server with guys. Cheney helped engineer a lot of the no-bid contracts for Halliburton and the foreign policy of the United States under the Bush administration. A lot of the reason Bush's people got Dick Cheney to be his vice president was because they were worried that George W. Bush didn't know shit, that he didn't know how to operate. Yeah, he didn't know how to operate in Washington, D.C., whereas Dick Cheney had been nothing but a Washington, D.C. creep monster for decades. He worked for Nixon, I think Eisenhower even. He helped out Rumsfeld during the Eisenhower administration. He became a congressman. He worked under Nixon, under Reagan. He was everywhere, man. And then he got a job with like a lobbying firm or some shit, and then he was working for some lobbying firm, and George W. Bush asked him, will you be my vice president? And he basically said, yeah, but I'm going to have to redefine the job of vice president, because he saw it as like a nothing job. He had
to do something. Thank God Kamala kept that history alive.
Well, he got Attorney General Alberto Gonzales to write this memo about the power of the office of the vice president, and it's still used today as like legal justification for executive power. So like a lot of people blame George Bush for a lot of the expansion in executive power. A lot of it was Dick Cheney. Like he was of the Nixon school, that if the administration does it, it's not illegal.
It's not illegal.
Yes.
Yeah.
And again, people act like Dick Cheney is like this mover and shaker, and he was. But people do this thing when they don't like someone. They immediately attribute what they do to like malice. He just wants to be an evil guy. They really show like a disrespect for what the truth is. Dick Cheney believed in everything he did.
He's just greedy, and he liked doing what he did.
But Dick Cheney wouldn't tell you he was greedy. Dick Cheney was saying, I was doing what I know is best for the country. No.
I don't know, man. I don't know how anyone looks at those no bid contracts and goes, well, we have all these jobs in the military.
To Dick Cheney, those guys were the best guys for the job. Why should we waste time and energy on the bid process? Halliburton's got it. Give it to those guys. I know them. I'm familiar with them. They'll do a good job.
Yeah, but again, like some of those no bid contracts that they put together were for jobs that didn't need to be replaced. Like, again, cooks in the military and stuff like that. You had people actually trained to be chefs in the military. It's like, let's get rid of all of that and charge 4 times as much, no matter what way you look at it. The whole, like, let's bring in Subway and McDonald's and stuff like that for the troops.
Well, weren't we doing that part before? I feel like military bases had McDonald's and shit before Dick Cheney, didn't they?
Not like foreign deployment bases.
Oh. When did McDonald's become available on foreign U.S. bases? I'm going to learn something today. Yeah, okay. I thought McDonald's began appearing on U.S. military bases in other countries around the mid to late 80s. In 1984, the U.S. Navy awarded a contract to McDonald's to build up to 300 restaurants on Navy stations overseas. That's why they're all fat. With some sources noting that the first one opened in 1986.
Yeah, but those are on like naval bases and stuff. Like, I mean, like actual bases. I don't know if we normally deploy them. Either way,
Gitmo got one in 86. Otherwise, yeah, you are right about the thing in the 80s. It was the Navy. Well, the Navy counts as the military. Are you trying to say that our brave military? Are you saying that our brave servicemen in the Navy are not national heroes and not part of our heroic military? Are you saying that the United States Navy does not deserve the same respect as the rest of our servicemen?
Oh God, I'm so sorry. I confused Air Force and Navy. So I was about to say yes.
My best friend on this earth is a lieutenant commander in the Navy.
I'm sorry for you?
No, he's a wonderful guy, and he commands a lot of seamen.
I'm sure he does.
It's a sailor. No, he was active duty for a long time, but then if you stay in the reserves after you've been deployed, he was deployed to not Eritrea, not Somalia, another one of those shithole Djibouti. He was
deployed to Djibouti?
My friend was deployed to Djibouti.
And you wanted him in your booty, I get you.
He was with all the black people. He was in Djibouti, and then after he's done being deployed, I think he can only be deployed once every 5 years. And he was deployed once, and he's been in the reserves ever since because you can still get your pension if you stay in the reserves for like 20 years. So he's probably in the next 5 to 10 years here going to get to retire from the military with full pension.
Nice.
Nice indeed. Sergeant Holka starting us off this morning says, ding dong, the neocon is dead. Like, dude, I don't think Republicans are even going to have a lot of nice things to say about Dick Cheney, at least not publicly.
Yeah, he stepped out of the spotlight a while ago, and the only thing that's really been active has been his daughter in a bad way because she's been big anti-Trump.
Well, she's carried on like the Dick Cheney mantle. She's like her dad.
Yeah, but I'm just saying overall, the current Republican Party is not really going to want to like, grab arms and hold hands and form a circle protecting and feeling bad for her. So it's
Phantom
I think
X,
they're going to kind of piss on the grave.
Phantom X says Djibouti was more important than air. I think it was water, wasn't it?
Djibouti was more important than water?
Getting a drink of water. Djibouti was more important than water back in my day. It was that important. I'd find a man, I'd say, I like you, and I'm going to have you. No, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. So Dick Cheney dead at the age of 84.
84.
I feel like he was like that. I was thinking he was like in his 70s during the Bush administration. I guess I was wrong.
He certainly looked it. He
Right.
had a heart transplant, so he seemed old.
Isn't that wild? Like in his late 60s, early 70s, they gave that guy a new heart.
Right?
And then he lived for another
Some
20
kid
years.
died.
Yeah, like was it a child or was it a young guy?
There's groups of people because, I mean, there's just like the waiting list is short. So his whole literal political and government position ejected him to the front of the line, which a lot of people who are like, my kid needs a heart transplant, whatever.
I
birth defect,
wonder, yeah.
Like they were pissed.
I wonder
pissed
if
about
we
it.
could get a list of people who didn't get a heart because Dick Cheney needed one. That would be hard to take. I gotta be real with you. That would be really hard to take if you're a parent and they're like, hey, somebody got themselves somebody died and they're a donor and we have a heart and it matches your son. And they're like, oh my God, that's fantastic. And they were like, here's the problem. There's a 70-year-old man who used to be vice president. I'm not going to name names, but he needs the heart instead. We have to give it to him because he's a public servant.
Don't worry. One of the first things he'll do after he gets his new heart is shoot one of his friends in the face with a bird gun.
Yes. Oh, yes. And also, we can't forget, on top of Afghanistan, Iraq, all of our foreign entanglements, probably having something to do with 9/11. Let's not also forget, he shot a guy in the face while quail hunting, and then do you remember what the guy he shot did?
Apologized. The guy he shot apologized. He got an apology for shooting his friend in the face.
He got to shoot a guy in the head, and the guy he shot in the head apologized to him. That, you understand? That's like Phineas Gage apologizing to the railroad spike.
It's so fucked up. It's what really helped sell the, like, he's an evil tyrant kind of narrative. Because, like, dude, I'm sorry. You pulled the trigger, whether he accidentally stepped out in front of you or not. I feel like the guy who, loaded the other guy's face with birdshot, he should apologize.
He never did, by the way. It's not like that guy came out and said, well, because what the guy apologized for, he wasn't like, I'm really sorry I stuck my face in front of Dick Cheney's gun. He was sorry for, like, the publicity that Dick Cheney and his family was getting.
Okay.
So, no, McBuster, they were not hunting Dan Quayle, although that would have been funny too.
That would be, I think, in my opinion, a far more entertaining quail hunt.
That well, shorter though. Shorter.
Why, he's not a runner?
No, not a speller either. Struggled with potato. So yes, Dick Cheney dead at the. Now look, I don't want this to turn into a day where everybody's making uncouth jokes about Dick Cheney's death. I don't want this to turn in. I want us to be able. Now, you and I are going to talk about the death of Dick Cheney, and we're not going to make jokes, and we're not going to say all the shitty things he did.
Fuck. Okay.
You want to talk about Erika Kirk or something?
No, he did like a lot of shitty stuff. I thought we could.
You want to talk? We got some Nancy Pelosi stuff. I really don't have much. I mean, if those are going to be the parameters of the Dick Cheney discussion, I really don't.
What, that we talk about the shitty stuff? Or
he didn't do anything like substantive that wasn't horrible.
That wasn't somehow kind of evil.
Again,
like, this is the weird thing when people hate Trump. I'm like, there's better people to hate in politics.
Right. Well, I didn't. I don't want to sit here and shit on Dick Cheney and say, I don't want to say he's an evil guy. Like I even said, I think when he was doing it, he thought it was best for the country. But like, I don't have any accomplishments of his that are good and positive for the country that he could be remembered for. Like
right?
Literally everything I remember him for is really bad and evil and deadly.
My friends in the military did not think highly of him with the no-bid contracts. That's where I get my opinion from that. And then everything I saw him do, again, shot in the face and apologized too, like just weird stuff. The heart transplant, people that could have used it and he got it. I don't think like you that he thought it was best for the country. I don't think he thought it was necessarily good or bad for.
You think he was evil and
best for him?
You think he was evil and he knew it? You're like Resnick or whatever his name is. What's his name? He played Justin Hammer. Sam Rockwell. You're like Sam Rockwell and Frost Nixon.
Okay.
You just hate Dick Cheney no matter what. It's like the Kevin Bacon character who protected Nixon would be like, that 60% of what he did was good and 20% may have been bad, but he didn't know it at the time. And then David Frost responds with, yes, but that leaves the other 20% where he was doing the wrong thing and knew it. Oh, that's a good point. See, like Nixon's guy had to check his math on that one. He left open a little Steiner window, as we call it in mathematics. If you study mathematics, you study what's called the Steiner window, where you leave less than 100% out there. And then it can be filled by 140% chance of you losing at sacrifice. Silverwolf with $5 says, Johnny, our nation's greatest asset is being able to tactically deploy a fully functional Burger King anywhere in the world in under 12 hours. That's actually, no, he's factually correct.
Well, I mean, no country that has a McDonald's has ever been bombed by the U.S., so there is that.
That can't be true anymore. That was from the
feel
Recruit.
Like it can't be true anymore.
That was from the Recruit, right? That we've bombed too many countries. Like Yemen has a McDonald's. I'm sure of it. Does Yemen have a McDonald's? No, Yemen does not have a... Holy shit. All right, we bombed Iran. I'm sure Iran doesn't have a McDonald's. Iran does not have a McDonald's. Jesus Christ. Syria. We bombed Syria. There's no McDonald's in Syria. Jeez.
It's still true, apparently.
Somalia definitely does. If Somalia has a McDonald's and I were a Somalian, I would burn it to the fucking ground. Could you imagine a restaurant of such opulence with so much food in a country full of starving people?
Well, I imagine the restaurant wouldn't have much to sell.
Somalia doesn't have one. Who else? Come on. We bomb everybody.
Well, we bomb everybody, but I don't think we bomb people. I think like we build the McDonald's after we bomb.
Venezuela has McDonald's.
Shit. Well, we haven't bombed them yet. We've only gone after the boats.
That's true.
Where does that land us? It's like going after a fish fillet.
Trump's talking about bombing Nigeria. Does Nigeria?
I can guarantee you they don't have a McDonald's.
No McDonald's in Nigeria. How are they such a dog shit country, but yet when people come here from Nigeria, they're very, very successful?
Because they had to fight so hard. Like it's a way more dog eat dog survival climate there. When they get here, they're
no. Eating dog. That's Haiti.
Oh. Well, okay. So person eat person.
No, that's also Haiti.
Okay.
Try again.
Is Nigeria the dirt cookie? Person eat dirt cookie? Where?
No, that's actually a different country. That's Haiti.
Oh. I guess I just keep thinking Haiti's Nigeria.
It's really easy to think poor and then go right to Haiti. It's kind of a good default. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, didn't Dick Cheney have a bad heart and was diabetic? I'm shocked he was still alive. There are some people who, myself included, until I watched the movie Vice in jail, I didn't know Dick Cheney was still alive.
I knew he was still alive.
He didn't really say much. He didn't really talk a lot.
After he had his kind of time in the sun, he got his and then he left. Like he didn't stay big in politics or any of that.
I can say one nice thing about Dick Cheney. When his daughter came out as a lesbian, he supported her. He wouldn't allow any attacks on her. He didn't make her part of his campaign. He tried to protect her and make her keep her whole life as private as possible. And anytime George Bush would talk about gay marriage or anything like that, Dick Cheney would go, I do not support the president's opinion, but I am not going to try and steer policy on this issue. So he was protective of his daughter's gayness. I mean, that's like a not evil thing that he did.
I mean, that's like you're a solid dad supporting your daughter. Okay.
Yeah. So he wasn't
cool. You're almost human.
You know, it's one night. Come on, man. I'm trying to think of something nice. But then his daughter ran for Congress. Then Liz Cheney ran for Congress and kind of threw her gay sister under the bus.
Yeah, well, Liz Cheney's kind of a thunder cunt.
She's mean. Joey Caravello with $2 says Dick Cheney died of a heart attack while he was butt fucking a young Asian boy. Can't sue now. He's dead. That's a fair point. If you send in Super Chats, Rumble Rants, PayPals, and Venmos today, and they contain odious accusations towards Dick Cheney, I guess Dick can't sue you, but I mean his family couldn't they?
Yeah, like the estate of Dick Cheney could. You're besmirching a former vice president. Well, in my opinion, you're besmirching a former not elected president, and you're kind of shitting on the guy. I mean, they could. I don't think they would. I hope they have better shit to do.
John Domingo had a really good line. He said, Dick Cheney is now dead, and the devil is nervous about losing his job. I like that one. That one's pretty good. Professor,
you'd yell at Satan until he realized he was just keeping the chair warm for you.
Professor Tie-Dye says, now Dick Cheney is in hell. Do you think Liz will carry on his hunger for the organs of the youth? A Liz and Madonna battle over the hearts of the youth for them to consume will be epic. I mean, in fairness, you are going to have to battle Madonna pretty hard for that.
Oh, God. God, is she hard to look at now.
Madonna or Liz Cheney?
Well, I mean both for entirely different reasons. But
Specifics,
Madonna
please.
is the one I was speaking of at the moment.
Jesus H. Christ, I did you a solid. I did what you asked me to do because you said you vouched for the guy. Now, if the guy's going to be, as Johnny would say, a thunder cunt, here's the deal, Jesus H. Christ. It's on you. You vouch for him. You say he's good too, Mike. Then it's on you too.
On you too.
He acts like a cunt and gets out of pocket. You're both gone. And I like you, Jesus H. Christ. But if you're going to vouch for somebody, I'm going to... and I can't read any of his comments because it's a reference to something that I'm legally not allowed to talk about. So I'm sorry, buddy. You could change the name and that might help you a little bit. Liz the lesbo. No, there's no, she's not the lesbo. Liz Cheney isn't the gay one.
No, she's the sister.
The gay sister
is not a public figure.
She's out of the limelight. She has a wife and I don't know if they adopted any kids or anything, but no. Liz Cheney, I thought that for the longest time, too. I just thought he had one daughter, and it was the gay one. And Liz Cheney being like a hardware store lesbian would make a lot of sense to me.
Oh, dude, no, Bull Dyke sells on that one, but I couldn't.
Bull Dyke sells. Mint Diggity, who I like very much on Twitter. If you like gay internet drama, but you don't want to see too much of it, Mint Diggity gives you good cliff notes. Mint Diggity says, Brian Landon is spiraling. Oh, sniping. I don't know what a Brian Landon is. I feel bad whenever someone wants attention from a bigger show like this one. Mm-hmm. And then I don't know who they are. It's that Thanos moment where you're like, I don't even know who you are. I don't understand what I've done to you. So I apologize. I'm not trying to be, I'm too big to listen to the rumors. I'm just too damn big to pay attention to them. That's the difference.
Yeah.
I don't know who
I have
that
to see the face. I recognize faces.
I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. But Brian, listen to me, buddy. Brian, one day when you're all grown up, you can have a dedicated following just like the toe does. And I hope that for you. But you're not going to get there by sniping, buddy. Here's the deal about sniping. All it does is show that you don't have as much talent as the person you're watching. So in order to keep people drawn into you, you have to watch something else that they find more interesting. It's not
like a fisherman using them as bait.
Yeah, it's not a good look, buddy. It just shows that whatever you're doing, I'm doing better. So my advice from a guy who's been able to pay his bills doing this for 20 years, I would say develop a show, learn how to talk about things, provide content that even if everybody else in the world stopped broadcasting today, you would still have a show to do. That would be my advice. But again, you can follow people who have been maybe making money at it for 2 years. Take it from a guy who's been making money at it for 20. I'm just trying to help you, buddy. You're going to know someday that I was on your side. Matthew Q with $2 says they actually have an aircraft loaded with a Burger King, a McDonald's, or a Subway that can be deployed anywhere in the world within 24 hours. It's all loaded up in an aircraft. See, to me, that doesn't seem important.
Right. But we spent money in the military. My point is we spent a lot of money in the defense budget on piddly shit like this. That, again, we went to, Halliburton to get the job done, and maybe Halliburton does the best job out of anyone that offered the contracts, maybe. But there was no bid, so they just got to charge a price, and we just said, yeah, okay, we'll trust you to do that. All the while, again, this is the part that was fun for me, all the while we've had, traditionally just had cooks in the military. Dudes that went through basic training, did the whole thing, then they were chefs. I actually worked with several of them. One of them, a Navy boy, in the restaurant industry.
My grandpa, when he was wounded in World War II, became a cook.
Yeah.
After he got wounded.
You know what it is? It's a good trade skill to have.
Red Fox Mad with $1.99 says Lisa DeMuth for governor of Minnesota 2026. I'm a Kendall Qualls guy, believe it or not. I think the Republicans need somebody flashy. The Republicans need somebody. In Minnesota, we always nominate the most boring fucking white guy that we can possibly find that nobody's ever heard of. Kendall Qualls is a black dude. He's suburban. He's got a little zip. He's got a little pep in his step. I like Kendall Qualls. I'm tired of all these fucking white dorks. There's something about a Midwestern white that elicits no, like, what do you call it? Zest, zip. Yeah, there's no vim and vigor for any of the candidates running for Minnesota
We have the warmth
governor.
of a snow pea.
It's really bad. Los Federales with $1 says, since there is no EBT, we need to help Johnny out. Can Johnny get everything donated after the goal is met? Don't want Johnny to have to go to Walmart and roll out without paying like the blacks.
Well,
I paid Johnny so he can go buy stuff with the blacks now. And by the way, it's Walgreens.
yeah, I'm not on EBT, but thank you. I guess this is where we land.
Here's this Brian Landon fella. I don't know him, but I feel like I should give him 15 minutes. Like I have this power that I can give him a little attention. He goes, $2. Chat's dead. Unblock Mason in Portland fruitcake. No. For 200, I will. Go to Rumble. That's our premium. That's our primary platform. That's where they're humming and moving. YouTube there's a large group of like, well, not large. I mean, 5 or 10 people, probably closer to 5, who they're no fun. And like they're mad that the toe didn't go away and that the toe still hits the goal and has viewers and has fans. And they're just bitter and really jealous about it. And we tease them and then they go away. And I'm sorry for that. But Rumble's a lot of fun and we bust balls and it's a great time. I'm sorry, Brian. I didn't do that on purpose, I swear. That was honest. I fucked that up. Like the rest of the world, I don't know who he is. McBuster says, Brian Landon has 7 viewers. He's crushing it. Brian, you should know by now, we never lose these. Like, we win all of these. Archmagus Tim says, I'm actually glad the toe is free. Everybody's glad the toe is free. Nobody, everyone always said about the toe, some birds aren't meant to be caged.
I'm trying to think. Is that a quote from a movie? Or?
Shawshank.
Yeah, there we go.
That was Shawshank.
Now I can remember what I pictured.
People want to know why your face is so red this morning. You do have, but it's not like your face isn't red on the sides. Your face is red right down the middle. So I'm thinking it might be a lighting or camera thing.
It's probably a lighting thing.
You look like the middle of your face has a fever.
I'll say this. I had a rough sleep, but I'm feeling great. So yeah, I don't know what it could possibly be. I don't know why my face looks redder.
I had a nice.
I fell and banged my knee, but I don't recall hitting my face, particularly in the front.
Lucky me.
Not really.
Pitch. I fell asleep last night watching that Netflix documentary. I think I'm a little late on this one. It's like Angry Neighbor or Bad Neighbor or something like that. It's this documentary about this crazy white bitch who had these really annoying black people living across the street from her. And their kids kept playing in this lot that was adjacent to her property. And she kept calling the cops on them over and over and over. And it just kept escalating. So the whole documentary is just, if somebody who's seen it can give me the title, I fucking forgot what the title of it was. But she would keep calling the cops, and the whole documentary is the body cam footage of the police dealing with this neighborhood conflict. Okay. And then there's a little narration in between each one, like updating what happened. And it's this crazy, you think of the Walmart white, middle-aged, chubby lady with her tits sagging down to her waist. And then you think of the stereotypical black mom who doesn't give a shit what her kids are doing and makes excuses for them all the time and they didn't do nothing. And the kids are little black hellions who are just being shitty to the neighbors and taunting them.
Right.
So
because they get away with it.
Everybody in this show is a piece of shit.
Nobody to love.
There's nobody to root for.
You're rooting for the cops because you're like the poor bastards that have to
deal
with this shit.
Like at one point, you're like, I wish the cops would just shoot everybody.
Well, then. I need to watch this documentary.
I wish I could remember what the title was so that I could throw it at you. Oh, wow. 30 minutes in, we're over 500 right now on the toe. Keep it going. 600 is where we need to be to feel like we're doing an actual show. Got there yesterday. Not quite 7 is really good. 8 is great. So hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We appreciate you guys being here. We know some of you, about 2% of you, it grinds your gears, but hey, we're happy you're here anyway. If we're happy you're here, and if it weren't for me, you just have to be miserable for no reason. Veldrain with $1 says, have it your way. Sounds ominous. That it does seem like a passive-aggressive threat from a significant other. Fine, have it your way. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, I legit only use YouTube because I can drive and turn the screen off with Premium. Otherwise, I'd use Rumble. I can turn the screen off with Rumble. Is it because I have Rumble Premium? Let me tell you this. You pay for Rumble Premium, $9.99. We're part of the creator program. Every second you listen to our show, Rumble pays us. And if we have another Rumble payout this month, like we did last month, goal's going down. Nice. Goal's going down if we get another great Rumble payout like we got last week. I cannot justify our prices if Rumble Creator Program is going to keep spitting out the numbers that they spit out at us last week. So they pay us very, very well. We are 11 memberships away from 300 this morning. So we are starting to dig our way back from that 1 week off. Keep it going. Gift a membership. Throw a couple super chats our way. We do appreciate it. 275 is the number for this morning. So let's just work our way down to 200 by 8:30, and we will be aces. How's that sound? Great. That sounds fantastic. I think we can do it. Oh, also the cope with the people who watch on YouTube is they go, it's not 600, it's 300 at its peak on YouTube. Yes, and that's our secondary platform. Yeah. Like our main
There's
platform.
Multiple platforms. You get to add all the numbers together because they all count as views on each one.
You don't understand. Our main platform, and I'll repeat this for the 90th time, and you can either get it or be disingenuous because you're bitter. Rumble is our premium platform. They pay us the most. The chat is the most interactive. We have the most viewership. It's close to 50-50.
It's the bell of the ball.
But it is the bell of the ball. So when you're like, YouTube only clears 300 at a time, it's like, well, that ain't bad for your secondary source. I'll tell you that much.
No, it is not.
Our secondary source puts up more numbers than most people's primary source. That's pretty hurtful. Hunter, and you don't hear me brag about it that often. In fact, I think our numbers are shit and should be better. Hunter with $2 says, Rumble crashes after 10 minutes with a locked screen. I don't have that issue when I listen to Nick Fuentes, but I can't speak for anyone else. I can't. MN Vikings becoming a baby boot member on YouTube. Thank you very much. Now start gifting those bad boys. Let's really make it rain in here. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, did Johnny get affirmative consent from his knee before he banged it? Or did Johnny take a lesson from Aaron? Is if there isn't a no, then it's a yes. Hashtag knee rapist. Wait a minute. How did I get roped into this as a rapist?
I don't know. We were talking about my knee for a minute. I fell and I hit it on something. Everybody really took the wrong term. I used the wrong word. I am so sorry.
Jesus. Now I'm a knee rapist too?
I meant literally that I fell and literally it hit. I fell against my green screen and it hit the floor and the base of the green. There's a good bruise on it on the side and it's tender. I did not mean anything sexual. There was no need for consent. I very, very confused right now.
Ryan the Garbage Man says Dick Cheney was still alive. I thought he kicked it a few years ago. Dick Cheney is one of those guys that until you hear he's dead, you didn't know he was alive. I was that way. Annoyed Wawa supervisor giving me shit earlier today in the chat said, didn't you just watch that Dick Cheney movie like twice in prison? And first of all, it was jail. But yes, I did. And but that doesn't mean I killed him.
I mean, I thought about it.
No, I never would have. No, Dick Cheney, how dare you? He served his country for decades and decades.
I would be surprised if I learned he died a while ago. But yeah, I didn't think he was dead. I just knew after he got done doing everything he did, like he He didn't really stick around to be a pundit on the talk shows or any of that stuff. He really faded out pretty quick after Bush exited.
Papa Shab says, watch interviews or whatever, but don't actually watch Fuentes or any of these bigger Rumble shows. You're in a chat room with a bunch of Indians pretending to be human. Well, I'm sure there's some of that, but I will say this. Once you get in that Rumble creator program and they start paying you for views, those Rumble bots go away pretty fucking quick. They stop padding your numbers for you. When you get into Rumble creator, it's like overnight. It's just like, down by about 30-40%. They're like, look, it was nice, getting your confidence up and making you feel really good. Like, it didn't make sense that for a morning show there would be 600 to 800 people on 4 or 5 different platforms, but then we do a show on Rumble alone and it would be 1,200.
And it's like, wait, what's going on?
It's like, I'd love to sit here and trick myself and pretend I'm that goddamn good, but
no, we had some bots.
Sorry, that's not. And then they go, hey, we got great news for you. Oh, really? What's that? We're going to start paying you per view. Well, that's awesome. That's like 1,200 people. We're going to make a lot. They're like, yeah, it's actually about 600.
Yeah, about that.
What?
It's a 50% inflation rate. What's going on?
Doesn't sound good. That's Mild says, oh my God, you're right. That's what happened to my views. No, I'm not bullshitting you. You get Rumble. If you get it accepted into the creator program, they do. They start paying you based on your viewership. And then they start giving
you
you
down on them bots fast.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now there's a difference between fake viewer bots and shit and like Indians going on and being paid to go on streams and write shit. Like, those are technically real people, but like people. You dig? You dig?
I need to find out how I get one of those jobs. You could work from home. I could do a couple shows here and there and just be
There's like 9,000 jobs you could work from home right now that you're not doing. Don't act like you're going to go be an Indian bot somewhere. Pick up a phone and start making your car warranties about to expire phone calls.
God, no, I'm not doing that again.
Why not?
Because I did it once before and it sucks. I worked at a call center.
I'm
not doing robo call centers. There's a total difference between, oh no, I have to go into a chat room and pretend that I give a shit about the show I'm watching. That's totally different.
The robo calls, I feel like, would be more entertaining.
No, God, no. People get pissed, and a lot of times it's just answer, hang up, answer, hang up. So it's very, very tedious.
Are you getting paid?
Not enough, like, because they don't do most of them don't do just robocalls. The one that really bothered me is I had to do robocalls for your fucking insurance and dental insurance shit. And then I also had to take calls as a medical insurance company, having no ability to make any decisions or transfer medical information. So what I literally did was wrote down whatever you called about, and I put that piece of paper in a pile that got faxed like once every 20, 30 minutes to the insurance company, and I had to lie to the people that answered the phone. I couldn't tell them that I was an answering service. I couldn't tell them that I couldn't help them. I had to they had all these stupid rules about, just kind of kick the ball down the field and get them to hang up the phone.
Were they paying you money?
Not enough to justify that. No.
What do you mean not enough? You sit on there and you get hung up on by people. That's easy money, buddy. Like, what are you doing?
Like I said, the lying to people on behalf of medical insurance companies was the problem.
Like, you're not an evil fucking guy. Like, we're both part of the same hypocrisy, Senator.
I'm not gonna be part of that evil. That's what I'm telling you. I'll do work from home jobs. I'll do like fucking not telemarketing, but call center. Like, my computer won't work, and I'll get you to the right department kind of deal. But
do that.
I'm working on that. What do you think I do? Been putting together a resume and everything.
I don't like this because I've got that attitude where I'm like, this should be done by now. So now you're going to rope me into doing this just to be a dick and prove a point, but then I'm going to be stuck actually doing the thing.
I'm not, like I said, I forget the exact quote because I don't listen to the hip hop as much as you, but I tried the whole fucking telemarketing deal before we did the radio stuff, before I did the radio stuff with you and everything. I tried the whole get up and go to a call center and do that. And then, like I said, I've got rules about doing it again because I tried it before and it drove me nuts.
Here's my thing. It's about monetizing your time, right? So when you're not doing your show or this show, you haven't monetized your time. Your time is now costing you money. Whereas even if it's shitty, call people and get hung up on, you're still doing the same thing you would have done normally, which is sitting, just sitting around, but you're monetizing your time.
Like I said, I'm very specific about what the call center job I take does. You make it seem like I'm just like, I don't like getting called and hung up on. No, like I keep saying, I kept having to literally, like, they wouldn't use the word lie. They're very careful about that.
Yeah.
But I kept having to mislead people that called me needing help for stuff. And it was literally my job to mislead those people. I had to call, we did a survey for a bunch of medical institutions for some healthcare plan or whatever. We had a whole list of places that we would have to call, and if it wasn't the fucking hospital, they still wanted us to complete the survey because they made money per survey. They operated like you, like, no, completed survey equals $5. So I don't care if the place used to be an eye care center and now it's a Jiffy Lube. You get that oil technician to tell them what they can do for your cornea. Like, that's like the way they were doing this. Like, you fill out that survey, and again, it's like I said, I'd rather have a soul. So I won't do those things.
Your soul doesn't buy food.
Yeah, but like I said,
you're an American. You're an American. Do you know how much fucking evil you're a part of? Look at the battery in your phone, the fucking shit in your car. It's mined by poor African kids. Like, you're not going to cleanse your soul by, not by generously not taking money from a phone bank.
You make it sound like I'm turning down these jobs that are offering me so much money. They don't pay you well either.
You're trying to trick me. You're trying to trick me into pulling my balls out and getting some shitty call bank job so I can go see you can do it. And then when I tell you, you're going to be like, haha, now you're stuck doing a shitty phone bank job, loser. I knew you would do that.
Well, first of all, like, the phone bank I worked at before wouldn't hire me if I told them, hey, so I need every Monday and Tuesday morning off, and then I'm busy from like noon to 4 Monday through, like, so I need to find one that's going to let me work like whatever hours anyway. It's going to be.
But you can't do that.
What do you mean?
But you can't do that. Like, if you're trying to get a job, if you're trying to raise more money and make more income, you don't call the shots.
Right. But I'm saying then, so even to do that, and it won't make me more money overall after I quit doing this in my show, I'd have to give up this in my show.
So you would have to take whatever you make doing your show, and the thing that you do would have to make as much money, if not more, in that amount of time than doing that.
And that's not call center work.
Holy shit. What are they paying you in? Fucking cheeseburgers?
Bare minimum.
Jesus. It's hard out there for a pimp. I didn't know. I had no idea. I've been a broadcaster my whole life. I've been coasting on the generosity of others. Because, like, I have a situation right now where essentially, like, I'm going to have to take whatever I'm handed to me and make the most of it when it happens. But, it's part of the deal. Archmagus Tim is saying that I left call center work, major stress for little pay. Like, how little pay are we talking, if you don't mind me asking?
Like minimum wage.
Fuck out of here, really?
Yeah. And like I said, it wasn't like I had zero problems with the, like, people that I'm calling to do a fucking survey on how do you feel about your health care? Are you happy here with X, Y, and Z? I had very little problem with that. It got very annoying for me to just be calling people, like, and you don't dial the numbers. You just get, your thing goes boop, boop, and it connects. And you just get some dude raging at you because you called him and like, stop calling me. And that's another thing I learned when I worked there. When you click the remove from call list button,
yeah,
it doesn't remove them from the list. It removes them for the day or the week, and it recycles them and puts them back in. And the thing is, again, the managers, the high-ups, the people in charge, they all know what they're doing is wrong. They know that they have equipment in place. They give you reasons to tell people, like, if they ask why it says why your number is Arby's, just tell them this. We were told by one place, we were literally told to look up the weather and stuff if people asked us if we were from this state. When they called this insurance company, because that's where that insurance company's based, we were supposed to pretend we were from there. Again, they won't use the word lie, But they literally were like, no, we need you to lie to people because insurance companies have paid us to be their answering service while they take their 2 or 3 hour break every Tuesday for their company office meeting and lunch. And while they're doing that and their customers are like, hey, my child needs this medical care approved, you have to make them think they're talking to the insurance company. And you absolutely cannot tell them that all I can do is write down your request and you're going to have to wait 3 or 4 hours before someone sees it. You can't tell them any of that. And while they're crying and complaining about, my child needs this care, you're supposed to be like, yeah, we'll totally. And you just got to yes and it. That's literally what I was told. Yes and it and get the ball down the field until they hang up.
Can you sell? Like, do you think you could sell shit on the phone, or do you not think that? Because not everyone wants to do sales.
I don't think I could sell shit on the phone just from the way, like, most people don't, especially nowadays. Like for telemarketing, most people don't answer the phone for numbers they don't know. And the phones now have algorithms as smart as all the tech at the telemarketer places. Spam callers are often flagged as spam callers. Wow. So even if the number, because again, a lot of these call centers use illegal, well, not illegal, but they hide their phone number behind other shit. So the stuff they use to do that now gets flagged by your phone, and that's why it'll say spam caller, because it suspects it. And then there's things like your phone can do. Mine can, you hit the button where it says screen the call, and it's like, hi, this is a Google Assistant. And that's what I do for every spam call now. I screen the call, and if it's a robocaller, they automatically hang up. They don't. This is a Google Assistant. I'm here. You take a message, and boop, just hangs it up.
Wow.
So I would, again, I don't think I could do the sales thing because people aren't going to want to.
So what are you looking for? Oh, when did you do this?
Over the weekend. Is for a radio station. I'm not even kidding. It's for a radio station. I threw that in there. I can't wait till they look at my resume. I listened to this show. I'm not going to get a call back.
What radio station was it?
I don't know. It's some know-nothing station in like northern Minnesota, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm fine.
I'm doing sales or something. It's not like, ooh, I'm going to break in and I'm in the market. And
if it was anybody I'm talking to,
no,
I'd fucking kill you. I'd be really fucking pissed. Not that you wouldn't have a right to. I
also severely don't think I'll get the job.
Not that you wouldn't have a right to. Mm-hmm. But if they do give you the job, tell them, hey, by the way, if you give Aaron like 2-3 hours of barter time in afternoon drive, he'll start building his syndication empire around you, and there will be a digital video component to the program as well.
Oh, good.
We're gonna build our syndication radio comeback through War Road, Minnesota. That's what we do. Crosby Ironton, here we come. MN Vikings with $4.99 says, how you guys been? Well, a little of this, a little of that. Pretty good. Better than the last couple of years, that's for sure. But not too bad. Johnny, you answer the guy's question.
Surviving. Trying to work on going from surviving to striving. But
I like that. Dick Cheney would like that kind of hustle. MN Viking says, got my boiler license and working with boilers and industrial refrigeration. Also have quit drinking 1.5 years ago. Go toe. All right.
Good for
job.
you, buddy. Good for you.
Nailing it, MN Vikings. If you're saving about $250 a week on buying booze, feel free to just dump that. I'm just kidding. The people who hate me are going to be like, all right, piece of shit, I can't believe he would say. Like, you can't even joke with those people because they just they're ready to lose their mind at a moment's notice, and I don't want to give them a heart attack.
Guys, just have fun. It's better for you.
Veldrain with $1 says, Johnny, have you ever been written up if the person on the phone hits the redeem button?
Redeem button?
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either.
I'm not sure. Mr. Beat gifting a membership. Thank you, Mr. Beat, gifting it to McBuster. Now, Mr. Beat is saying he gifted a membership. He says he wants one back. I think that's fair.
That sounds fair.
That sounds fair to me. Also, $1 from Veldrain says Twitch is the opposite. No bots until you get a certain amount of viewers. Well, that's because they don't pay by the viewer. You're all bits and subs over on Twitch. McBuster gifting a membership, and this one went to Peen Wienerstein. Now, Peen Wienerstein is a Jew. We'll see if Peen Wienerstein re-gifts that membership because who was it? Mr. Beat wants to get one. Thank you, Ms. McBuster, for paying yours forward. Let's see if Peen Wienerstein can keep that going. That now puts us 8 memberships away from 300. So let's go on a nice Rumble membership thing. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says Indians are not human. They are Jeets from the poop planet Pajit.
Okay.
That's the rumor.
Everyone's entitled to their opinion.
Brian Landon with $2. New Steel Toe superfan Brian Landon says, hey, Johnny, how about you quit your complaining? Johnny, your thoughts?
I'm not complaining. I was just literally listing why I tried a job I didn't like and I wouldn't do it again.
I hear what you're saying, but all my ears are hearing is wah, wah. Sounds like a lot of complaining, and Brian Landon did ask you nicely to stop doing that. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, Johnny, apply at PCI, preferredcredit.com. No, we want Johnny to get that radio gig so I can piggyback off it and start my syndication
Oh, yeah.
platform.
You're fucking wishing on a fucking fairy fart now because that's not going to happen. Like, I mean, come on.
Which part? Me building my syndication around small market barters or you getting a radio sales job?
Oh, just me getting the radio sales job. I mean, like I said, if the resume gets through the door, one of the things I list is all my time on here, and they look that up, I'm probably going to get torpedoed out.
No, they're going to go, hey, everybody gets a redemption arc, right? King Kong Dong with $1 says, when the car people call, I always lead with, I have a Hitler replica 1938 Mercedes-Benz 770K, and then they repeat it back to me, and I laugh my ass off or hang up. Hitler, driving down the street in a fancy car. I said Hitler, thought we'd never make it, but here we are. Did the Cowboys lose to the Cardinals last night? People are writing in the chat that the Cowboys got felted.
I don't know.
Oh, buddy. What? 191 Redbird with $1 says, no, let's hear more about monetizing your time from the guy who's going to spend the next 5 hours sitting on his ass watching TV, eating Halloween candy he's too lazy to go grab. No. After this show, I spend about an hour to an hour and a half cutting clips and shorts out for the show. Now, other than my Halloween candy short yesterday, every clip I put up, Johnny, guess how it did?
Well,
bombed spectacularly. So I thought the Jon Stewart, Joe Rogan one would do well.
Right.
I didn't think the Hassan one did. I've been trying the Hassan thing. I can't crack that algorithm. But yeah. I've cracked the Rogan algorithm. I've cracked the whole Mark Maron Saudi algorithm, but I just don't want to talk about that anymore.
Yeah, it's gotten old.
So I thought, well, Jon Stewart, that'll be a good compromise. Nothing. I mean, bombed. I mean, I think it barely got to the triple digits. I mean, really bad. So I'm thinking the Dave Smith one will do okay today. We've got the Gold's Gym one from last night. We got some stuff for today that's coming up. Hopefully that'll work. But make sure to check out what we post and hit like and give it a view. We do appreciate that. We also have $1 from Veldrain. Oh, no, that's the Redeem one. We got to that. $5 from Ablo Pacheco says, Johnny, you could monetize yourself by telling us where we can find your show. Some of us are interested, but don't know where we are. We plug that every day at the end.
We plug it every day. It's Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. Or on YouTube, you can look up, I think Johnny K usually gets you there. But yeah, we go every day at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. Just Kidding LLC. Should find it pretty easy. Game Over Podcast.
Game Over. You know what you need to do? And this is coming from a guy who's shit at this, but you got to work on consistent branding. Because what does Just Kidding LLC have to do with what you do?
Well, that was back when it was doing all the stuff at once. Like
can you change the name to like Game Over Podcast with Johnny Crutches or something like that?
Well, I mean, I can try changing the channel names.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
I'll look into that.
I would do that.
I don't know that I can.
Make it something that like people who watch this show can just search you and then find it. Like Just Kidding LLC, that's not going to be something
like I said,
they're gonna search.
The show, like this whole internet show thing that I used to do was way less of a thing, and it was way more about doing the stand up and the open, like the mic. Like I was going to be doing comedy shows and stuff like that. That all kind of fell apart with COVID and my health taking a turn. And now I do the podcast, and the podcast started out with games and other stuff being a bigger part of it, but the audience kind of changed that. We went with the direction the audience preferred. And now we do a show similar to this. We do news and shit and hang out. And I have stupid conversations with my lovely lady Digger. With my digger.
We have digger conversations. By the way, The Perfect Neighbor. That's the name of the documentary I was referencing earlier.
Perfect Neighbor. I'm going to look into this.
Thank you, SP, for sending that in. Los Federales with $1 says, I stand with Johnny. I worked at a call center for 6 days approving credit for people with bad credit. Person I called had passed away. Manager told me to sell the spouse. Oh, sell the spouse on the credit thing. I got up and walked away. So it does sound like many people are saying that's like mind-numbing, evil kind of a job.
You're going to feel super duper, like I said, you're going to feel super duper dirty for what you did for the money. And personally, I'd rather get more money for feeling that dirty.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
I mean, look, Lord knows I understand that. I've never had to do anything that I find morally reprehensible. And that either means that I've been very lucky at the jobs I've had or that I have no morality.
Hey, why limit yourself? Both could be true.
It could be both. I sit here and shake a tin can. Although yesterday I felt like the goal got handled. I think it was even before 10. So that was good. Evening show, they had it handled before 7:30. So I get, and you know, we're very fair about where we're at and what we do and everything, but God, it feels like there hasn't been much can rattling the last month or two.
There's been a little during the show, but it's always wrapped up ahead of time. And we've had, what was it, last week or the week before? We had a nice little run of being like a day ahead.
And then before that, we had like a 1 month run where we were a day ahead.
So yeah, no, I would agree. The can rattling seems to be toning down.
Yeah.
And I certainly, as a co-host on the show, certainly appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, you know what it was? Last month, we had that like 3 week to a month run where Rumble Creator Program like spiked, the payout spiked, and I just gave that to the goal. And like I said, if that turns out to be the every month number, that goal's taking a hit.
Taking a
going down.
Yeah, nice.
And then the other one was, I got back from jail. And then so last week up until Thursday, it was like non-existent. So, hey, keep it going. 2:45 away from today. Thank you guys very much. Keep hitting, man. Keep hitting. We appreciate it, man.
We certainly do.
You guys are doing great. You guys are the absolute best. Archmagus Tim, says, look up Johnny K. That's how I found it. Okay, well, that's good.
Oh, yeah.
Archmagus Tim also saying, if you have empathy, don't do call centers.
Yeah, that's like I said. I tried it. It's not for me.
Hulkamash a Baby with $1 says, wait, 2 divorces and shattering your relationships through infidelity wasn't immoral to you? No, I said for money. I did all that for free.
That makes it way better.
You can't
I
totally...
didn't even profit off of that shit. I lit it up just to watch it burn.
I had money stolen from me to do that shit. They say that you cannot fully move on and learn from your mistakes until you can laugh at them. I've moved
You're
on.
Laughing at yours?
I've moved on and learned only because I got the fucking whip marks on my back to prove it. You know? I look in the mirror every morning and I look at the fucking nails and whip marks I got dragged across my back and I go, okay, well, let's not
do that again.
Let's go down a different road next time. What do you say there, big fella? Huh? Mike Erb says telemarketing must have the worst retention rate. I mean, I'd have to imagine.
It's pretty bad.
There's a lot of... Well, there's a company in this area that like does delivery for like construction products. It's called it's a massive company, Fastenal. And
yeah, I know Fastenal.
They used to have this saying that was 20-20-20. 20-year-olds paying them $20,000 a year for 20 months. And that was their whole business model, was cheap labor, young people, short term. they move on to something else. And that high turnover rate sometimes can be pay related, stress related, whatever. But yeah, I'd imagine in those call centers, you got a lot of people that are just getting the fuck out of there, right?
Well, like I said, with some of it, it's like I can handle it wasn't just like the one thing, it was a collection of I could handle fucking people being pissed at me for robocalling and hanging up on me. Like at a certain, like most of the time they're just hanging up on you, so you just start over, go again. That's just tedious. But like I said, the biggest problem for me was again where it's like, no, you if they ask you why it says you're calling from this place, this is your excuse. And no, when they call you expecting you to be their medical insurance company and they're saying how they need their medication and they can't get it approved and authorized and it just whatever, you're supposed to again quite essentially lie to their face and tell them that you're addressing their concerns, kick the ball down the field, and absolutely don't tell them that all you can do is write down their complaint or message and put it in a fax machine for someone to grab in a few hours.
Eagle of America says, imagine Hitler working at a call center. I couldn't, because he'd probably be working for Jews, so he'd end up like starting a thing with the person he's calling. He'd be on there going, that's you need to pay your bill. And he's like, you work for Bank of America. Do you know who runs that? There's no way that is true. It is you who owns it. You and I are going to meet at the Burger King if it's going to burn down the bank. Like Hitler would be a terrible. I don't think if Hitler put his real name on a bill collector, like call center job, I don't think the bosses would hire him. I don't think Hitler would work out very well for those companies. I think it would be, even if he lowballed him on the salary, I still don't think it's worth the risk. I
feel like it'd be interesting. Although that's the problem is for that, like with Hitler, you can easily just lead him astray. But all right, dude, Google and look up early life history. And then it's, oh, fuck. All over.
McBuster says Aaron could replace Johnny, outsourced to India, and it could be toe and the jeet in the mornings. It's too many syllables. Toe and jeet, toe jam. I don't know. We'll workshop it. We'll figure something out for my new Indian co-host. All right, guys, we got to get into some stuff today. Johnny, you might have a better shot moving to Minneapolis because after today, it's going to be Omar Fataville. He's going to lower everybody's rent. He's going to raise everybody's minimum wage. Minneapolis is going to become a utopia. The culmination of 25 years of shitty white replacement ideology immigration policy in Minnesota is going to coalesce today around Omar Feta and the new mayor of Minneapolis. How do you feel?
Did he win the election?
The election's today, stupid.
Oh.
They're just getting out to the polls.
Oh God.
You're a great co-host for a news show.
I don't want him to win, so I'm just, is it really a thing he's going to win, or are you just selling?
You're going to be here on Thursday. You're going to be going, they have that election yet? No, the election day is today. It's going to be close. They don't, it's no guarantee that Fry's going to be in there. I mean, look, the reason that Fry's getting challengers is not because of like the rank and file corporate Democrat. They like Jacob Fry.
Yeah, he's their boy. He toes the line.
It's the far left people who think the people who booed him off stage at all the George Floyd stuff. Like, he could not have cucked to the George Floyd crowd any more than he did, and they still hate his white Jewish guts.
Right, because again, he's insincere, and he.
Uh-oh, there he goes.
I can't wait to see where this. What?
You cut out for a second. You're good now.
Oh, okay.
You cut out for a second. Go ahead. It interrupted you.
I was just going to say, I can't wait to see what happens if he gets replaced and this person puts those policies in. Because didn't they kind of, what, are you muting me or something? What's going on?
No, you're good.
Okay.
Why are you, no, everything's fine. You just had that little hiccup.
You're doing that face thing where it's like you're doing a thing and I don't know what's going on.
No, you're fine. You're just worried because it cut out for a second. You're good.
Okay. Well, yeah, I just think Fry will probably, like, if he gets installed, things will be the same. But like the people that want him, if they get the other guy in there. Like, I'm interested to see how bad that goes for the place.
I'm just so tempted to just start making goofy faces while you start talking. Like, I'm like going like,
right. And now
I want to do that now. No, I think with the Minneapolis thing, this is what we keep seeing as the Somali population grows in these neighborhoods. Like they throw Jews out. For example, Phyllis Khan was a Minnesota state representative for decades in Minneapolis. And the Somali population got bigger and bigger and bigger. And I want to say that's where Ilhan Omar got her start. And Ilhan Omar took her seat. But I could be wrong about that. I could be fucking that up. But Phyllis Khan, this old Jewish liberal lady who wanted to tax the piss out of everyone, the Somalis threw her ass out. And then here's what's funny. The minute the Somalis threw out Phyllis Khan turned on and was like, you ungrateful little shits, not in those words, but like, I've been nothing but an advocate for you. I helped bring you here, so on and so forth. They're like, yeah, we don't give a fuck. We want us to run shit in this neighborhood. So now, 10, 15 years later, you have Omar Feta and the Somali population is at like 60,000 or something in Minneapolis. Mm-hmm. And so now you have enough Somalis teamed up with enough guilty white liberals and maybe a couple other minorities that they can pool together enough people to put Jacob Fry out to pasture, another Jewish guy, and install a Muslim as the mayor of Minneapolis. It's really interesting to watch all these liberal Jews advocate for all these policies, and they think, yeah, we're going to get minorities in here that'll be loyal to us. And the first thing these Muslims do is like, let's kick the Jews out.
They play along until they can just go, no, let's just be in charge and not listen to them.
Right. I kind of agree with Mr. Beat. They said late stage capitalism is just as bad as socialism. I'm seeing a lot of signs of late stage capitalism lately, and it's not good. Let's go to Joey Caravello with $2. I don't know who that is, Joey Caravello. That's not okay. Clippers Unite. Oh, God, he gets salty. He says, I'm stealing Opie's hater voice. I think you guys in the steel toe hate community are just running out of things, and you're having to cope. And a lot of that cope is the toe makes fun of us all the time. The toe keeps hitting us goals. The toe smiles at us and goes, you're going to be okay, guys. Take your pills. And it's fucking with you guys. I have noticed that. It's really messing with you guys. Brian Landon with $2 says, Johnny, is Digger 420 also a lazy pothead or just you? That's a good question, Johnny. How much lazy potheadedness is there in that relationship?
No, I'm pretty sure it's just me.
It's just you. You heard it here first, folks. Digger 420, not a lazy pothead. Benchtop Model says, Toe and Haji in the morning. Good morning, Mumbai. You know what, Johnny? It's starting to the wheels are starting to
wind up a bit. Yeah,
it's gonna. If it starts on Wednesdays and Thursdays, I'd just start to get a little worried. You know, because those Indians, when they want to take people's jobs, boy, they are model employees. You know, they are. They'll break their back for you, that's for sure. Hey, guys, guess what? We're at 240. We've had too many beans this morning. 240 is the number. 7 memberships away from 300 over on Rumble, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Keep it up, guys. You're doing great. Redbird with $1 says a coworker watched someone get jumped and stabbed repeatedly at the Crack Stacks. That's the Riverside neighborhood, right? Cops were never called, it never made the news, and the body disappeared on its own. Bum, bum, bum. You know, all of those liberals, though, in Minneapolis have nobody to blame but themselves for the fact that Omar Feta is going to be in. Like, they kind of signed their own death warrant in that area.
Yeah, they pushed the policies and practices that brought these people in en masse, and they just, like you said, they assumed they would just be loyal to the group or the cause or whatever, and they're just like, no, there's enough of us here now. We're just going to do our own thing. You're not in charge anymore.
It's really, this sounds terrible, but I think the part of me that's kind of given up hope, and the part of me that's kind of in that Carlin mode of I want to see how fucked up this can get, is rooting for Omar Feta today. I want Omar Feta to become the mayor of Minneapolis for a couple reasons. One, to see Jacob Fry have to eat it after doing all those Somali language ads and all that pandering.
The lame pander shit.
Yeah, I want to see him just get eaten by his own. That's funny. And I also want these fucking retarded liberals in Minneapolis to have to live with what they've chosen. I want them to finally get their way. I want to watch it fuck up, and I want to see who they're going to blame for it. Because it's always, we didn't go left enough.
Well, that's what they'll do then too. We didn't go left enough. Like they'll blame the fact that Minneapolis doesn't have enough money because we didn't take everybody's money and force everyone to do these policies. We only did it in this one small spot. It can't be just Minneapolis. It has to be Minneapolis, St. Paul, and all of Minnesota. Like it'll always be, we didn't do it hard enough.
Yeah.
And that's why.
It's always double down. But in fairness, conservatives do that too. We didn't deregulate enough. We didn't cut corporate taxes enough. We didn't do this, that, or the other thing enough, you know? Yeah. I think I need to check out this Valentina Gomez that Joey Caravello was telling us about. Numero Uno says, isn't Valentina Gomez the ex-stripper senator who blocked me for asking her to whip out her gazongas? I thought that Joey Caravello, who's a wild man, was talking about some like random private person, and I was like, all right, we're not going to do this. But Valentina Gomez.
Yeah, no, it sounds like this might be an actual political figure.
Yeah, it says politician.
Okay.
Was she a swimmer in college at Tulane? Because there's a couple Valentina Gomez's that are coming up when I search for it. From Chile to UT. Yeah, that would be Tulane. PR master's grad Valentina Gomez is ready to help families like hers. GOP candidate who torched LGBTQ inclusive books finishes 6th in Missouri primary.
Okay.
I kind of, you know what? If you guys don't mind taking a little trip today.
You kind of want to look into Valentina Gomez?
I kind of want to see the story of Valentina Gomez and see what the hell she's all about. What the fuck is going on here? There we go. That's not what I wanted. All right. Valentina Gomez. Valentina Gomez blasts Muslims and Candace goes crazy. MAGA activist Valentina Gomez sparks outrage with shocking migrant execution video on X.
Okay.
To quote Sarah Evans, that's a real fine place to start. Let's take a look. Valentina Gomez, 25, MAGA supporter, caused outrage with a shocking migrant execution video. If she's 25, why does she have the lips of a 47-year-old trying to recapture her youth?
Oh, bad filler job?
Or they're natural. I mean, if they're natural, you can't really shit on them. Those are just the lips God gave her. Yeah, ooh, those might be her lips.
Okay.
The video shared on X showed Gomez firing a gun at a dummy's head. Johnny, I didn't know you were in her video.
I thought that was a dog for a minute.
I thought it was too. I thought it was like a German Shepherd or a Doberman or something. Okay, so that's a dummy tied to a chair, and she's shooting it. So she's like Mexican Laura Loomer, sort of.
Yeah.
Kind of a crazy bitch who just does wild shit on the internet. Gomez claimed undocumented criminals deserve to be ended, sparking fierce criticism globally. Jesus Christ. I just want undocumented criminals to go back to where they came from.
I just don't want them walking into the country en masse without any resistance. Like
Right.
I kind of like to know. Here's what I'd like them to be thoroughly documented.
There's weirdos out there who like wait for a certain political movement and then they like hide behind that political movement to push really weird shit they want to do. It's like this
You're thinking that's this lady?
Yeah. Valentina Gomez wants to execute illegal immigrants. So she hears the rest of us go, we need to enforce our immigration laws and protect our borders and not allow illegals in. And she goes, okay, I think now's the time. Yeah, that's right, guys. If an illegal commits a crime in America, we should blow their fucking brains out. And we're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. No, none of us are saying that. I don't even think Stu Peters is saying that.
Why am I getting the sense you were waiting for a moment to spring that on us that you thought it would be accepted?
Valentina, are you going to stop at criminal migrants? Because I have a feeling you won't. No, you know what? Ex-boyfriends should do. Oh, okay, I see. All right, we're getting personal now. Colombian President Gustavo Petro condemned her for inciting hatred against migrants. Known for her far-right rhetoric, Gomez burned LGBTQ books, calling them grooming tools. The queer books. Hitler he was burning the queer books because they was queering out the kids and queering out the women. And that was the Jews. Hitler was a guy I'd go fishing with before he did meth. It was the meth that made him crazy. You know what? I'm starting to think Mark Maron stole his Hitler bit from Bryce Mitchell.
I wouldn't be surprised.
She secured only 7.4% in Missouri's Secretary of State race, but remains undeterred. This woman wanted to be like the states, like in charge of their elections and shit like that.
Yeah.
7.4. Who do you think she'd kick off the rolls first? It's wild. She's a Colombian white supremacist. Gomez now plans to challenge Republican Congressman Dan Crenshaw for a Texas seat. Wait a minute. Didn't they just say she ran in Missouri?
Yeah.
So she's carpetbagging.
Yep.
I hate Dan Crenshaw, and she'd be wildly entertaining to have in office.
I'm not really strong plus or minus on Dan Crenshaw, but yeah, I feel like this one might be more. You know what? I would say this would increase the likelihood of another cat fight on like the Congress floor.
If you don't want to, oh yeah, her and Jasmine Crockett going at it would be fun. We get some weave pulling. You know, you may be neutral on Dan Crenshaw, but here, let me try to sway you. I bet you Dan Crenshaw will unironically mourn Dick Cheney today. Her politics caused family fallout, costing her brother a job in Jersey City's government. So she's fucking out of pocket, man.
Oh boy, I can't believe I've ever said this to somebody about attempting to be a congressman before. That's somebody who doesn't speak to their dad, and there's a reason they don't want her to.
Is she really a former? It doesn't say anything about her.
I have
being
no
a
idea.
Stripper.
My joke was actually that she's not a stripper, but still doesn't talk to her dad for entirely different reasons.
Oh my God, she burned a Quran with a flamethrower? What the fuck?
This
Your
lady
daughters
is
will
off.
be raped.
Oh, wait a minute. What? Wait.
I think
There's
she
only
was
one
saying
true
it
God,
like in
and
the
that's-
biblical sense. She would like the
Okay.
the Abrahamic God. I
All
think
right,
is
well,
what
I have questions. Then.
Down boy. Wow. I don't know a lot about her. I
Seems like a firebrand.
she's fucking wild, that's for sure. Zen Man Builds with $1 says, "Hey Aaron, look up Valentina's full name." Oh God, what's gonna happen?
Early life history. Here we go again.
Don't do this to me, guys. It's a fucking Latino name. Don't do this to me. I don't need to.
I heard God of Israel, and I got questions.
Valentina Gomez Noriega?
Okay, never mind.
Wait, is she related to
To actual Noriega.
Manuel Noriega? Is Valentina Gomez related to Noriega? The brother of an anti-gay right-wing extremist Republican. Oh, Jonathan Gomez Noriega was the brother she had that got fired from his job. And I think he's filed a federal lawsuit about losing his job against New Jersey for firing him.
Okay.
All I see is Noriega. I mean, I'm sure Noriega is like Johnson in
It's
Panama.
it's probably not an uncommon surname.
Valentina Gomez. Oh, Fauci's Pangolin says, "I like her." Spunker says, "I bet she has a nice core." McBuster says, "Valentina Noriega Guadalupe Josefine Ortiz Gomez Smith." I don't fucking believe you that that's her real name. I don't believe you.
That's a lot there.
She's apparently pro-Israel. All right, she's done. She's done. Forget it. I know you guys want to like her. She's really cute, but there's a bunch of really nice non-Zionist broads that I'm sure you'll love. I promise you. All right.
I don't know if it's a red flag or not, but I feel like the just, flamethrower stuff is a little like, well, all right. Personal protections. What? This bitch has got a flamethrower at the ready?
She's wilding out, man. She's wilding out. She's not holding back. At least you don't have to wonder if she's hiding her true thoughts from you. You know?
All right, Ellen Ripley.
I got some news. What's the
news?
Nancy Pelosi will not seek re-election in 2026. Very nice. Now, I don't want people to get too fucking buck wild over this. Like, I saw a lot of Republicans yesterday going, yeah, we got her. Nancy Pelosi's out. It's like, she's 86.
She should have been out a long time ago for entirely different reasons. But yeah, great that she's out now. Do you guys think you're going to replace her with some sort of Republican or anything? Was she the fucking, the piece holding it all up? Or are you just going to get another Democrat asset?
You're probably going to get a younger, more liberal Nancy Pelosi.
Woo. Oh boy, can't wait.
Because she's San Francisco.
Yeah.
So look at San Francisco. You're not going to get, Charles Bronson in Death Wish, or Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. You're going to get whoever AOC is in San Francisco.
You're going to get that?
You're going to get that. So Nancy Pelosi not seeking re-election in 2026. This isn't like MAGA pushed her out. This is like either she can run for re-election and die in office, or she can retire and make sure that her husband doesn't start fucking any more guys who like to hit people with hammers. That's essentially the two choices that Nancy Pelosi has. And she's out.
Skeletor saw how it's going for Mitch McConnell, decided to go out strong.
I don't know how any of those people can watch like how Dianne Feinstein went out and not want to get the hell out of there. Because really,
it's not good.
Dianne Feinstein was like sitting in a wheelchair in the Senate, and she was like wanting to talk about bills, and her aides would just lean in and go, just hit yes. Like just push the yes button. You don't need to talk.
Push the yes button.
Yeah. McBuster says Debbie Wasserman Schultz, not exactly a young, fresh face for the Democratic
Party. But either way, like I said, San Francisco, you're not going to get some sort of boon or bastion of like conservatism or right leaning. You're just going to get, like you said, Nancy Pelosi 2.0.
Whoever the AOC of San Francisco is. And you know what? I think I'm going to call it. I think today I'm going to call it. 2028 is the year that AOC enters the primary. I'm not saying necessarily that she's going to win, but I think now's the time. I think she should jump in for 2028. I don't think she'll ever be runnable after that. And I want to see how she does.
Oh boy, I don't. I'm all right with small scale. Let's let these policies and practices go into effect in New York or New Jersey. I don't want to be like, and let's put them in the top in the White House and just give them fucking carte blanche, especially after everything that's been built from Bush to Trump. I don't want to put that fucking mechanism and beast in those hands. All I'm saying.
This person writing in saying, I think she would have to actually run again because of the redistricting in California under Prop 50. Well, I don't think they can force her to run. She's saying that she's out. She's done in 2026. She's not running again. She's got to go.
Guys, she's done enough insider trading to last a lifetime, literally.
Well, and she's got to go look after her gay husband.
Yep.
Her husband got out of pocket, started fucking too many homeless weirdos in San Francisco, and one of them came to cave his fucking head in with a Black & Decker. So she's like, I got to go home. We can't leave Paul alone anymore. He's insatiable. He keeps blowing crazy homeless guys, and they keep trying to kill him. So I got to go in there and give up the butthole so my husband stays happy. 240 away from today's goal, guys. Let's rally it up. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I like being ahead, and we like to be under 200 by 8:30. So go ahead and knock it out. Go ahead and throw in some gifted memberships because we've almost got that back up to 300 as we start to claw back to 500. And if you're watching the show right now, do me a favor and hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We are at 600 people over our 5 platforms. We've hit our acceptability number for today. Thank you very much. Now keep hitting like and subscribe because we ain't at our peak for another 45 minutes to an hour. Let's see if we can't get that number up over 700 and have ourselves a really good day today. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. Now keep throwing in those memberships and those PayPals, those Rob Peter to pay Paul PayPals, and let's see if we can't get ourselves a W today as usual. So have you seen the Erika Kirk, J.D. Vance controversy?
No. What's the Erika Kirk, J.D. Vance controversy?
I hate to say it, but SP will show me stuff on TikTok sometimes, and I will find some good stuff for the show on that TikTok because people like it. I don't want to jump in. It's like this game of double dutch. Like, when do you jump in with TikTok? When the Chinese owned it, I didn't want it to be Chinese spyware on my phone, and now Israel owns it, so I don't want Netanyahu firebombing my house.
Right.
So I got to wait until some duplicitous goy buys it, and then I'll be morally okay with it. But on TikTok, people are raging over this Erika Kirk J.D. Vance hug. So there was a turning point thing at Ole Miss over the weekend.
Yeah, I kind of know what the people were saying. J.D. Vance is going to hook up with Erika Kirk.
Not going to.
Or has
There's
now?
some people.
Last I heard it was gonna.
There's some people that are saying that these two are into each other because now a few things happened here. Number one, there's Erika Kirk was giving a speech about her husband. And we have that clip right now. We have the clip of Erika Kirk. She was talking about how no man will ever be able to replace Charlie Kirk. But now I don't want to play the video of this speech because it's going to give away the visual that we're going to do in a little bit. So there we go. Back to me, Jules. This is Erika Kirk. And we're going to put the pieces together here. This is all from this Mississippi event. So I'm not just grabbing different events from around the country. Erika Kirk and J.D. Vance. And I know this might be sacrilege. I know that this might not be a thing that people agree with because a lot of people think that she's suspect. I think Erika Kirk is pretty.
Oh, she's gorgeous.
I think she's pretty, though, in like a
she's
devil.
Suspect, but
yeah, she's like a devil will steal your soul kind of pretty.
No offense. Anyone that is as suspect as her couldn't pull it off if they were ugly.
Right. She'll be domineering and make you like it. That's the way she looks. So this is Erika Kirk talking about J.D. Vance. Then we'll show you how the two of them interact. Then I want to show you how J.D. Vance talks about his wife in public. And you tell me if these two are trying to make more babies for the white race.
People were saying in my show yesterday that he's going to get a divorce or they've been divorced. They've separated twice or something. And I was like, yeah, but he was recently defending her. Or whatever. I thought they were just talking shit. They might have been. I might owe people an apology today.
Now, look. The internet overlooks into shit all the time. So you have to take this with a grain of salt. Yeah. I mean, they were so mad at me for being good at basketball in jail that they were like calling the jail to find out if that was true. like the jail keeps stats. And they were like, yeah, his points per game was up and a lot of production in the paint and all that stuff. Like that. Camel jockey Moody was like, I'm going to find someone who can talk about Aaron while he was in jail. It's like, brother, no offense, but that makes you gay. You're now gay for me. It's gay. Chill out. He's like, I'm going to. It's like the only people who go to jails to try to find men to talk to are women looking to fuck prisoners. So put on a wig and some lipstick, open your dirty camel fucked asshole, and let's see what happens. So Erika Kirk is making this speech, and I'm going to say that this is over complimentary of J.D. Vance.
No one will ever replace my husband. No.
Don't say
But I do see some similarities of my husband in JD.
Now, this isn't like a real-world confessional room. She's doing this in front of a whole Turning Point audience at Ole Miss. Now, when you say no one will ever replace my husband, the worst word you can follow that with in the English language
is but.
But. Like, just saying the N-word afterward would be less suspect. I mean, it'd be weird.
Actually, it'd be fucking based. No one will ever replace my husband. No.
And Vice President J.D. Vance. I do. And that's why I'm so blessed.
She fucked up, though, because she's like, their cocks look exactly the same. Shit. Oh.
With the lights off, they both look the same.
You know, if my husband were like J.D. Vance, I wouldn't have to help have him killed. Wait, what?
To be able to introduce him tonight. Because he understands the fight that we're up against. And he can articulate that in a way that transcends.
Okay, so that's how she spoke about J.D. Vance. Now you want to see the hug? Now
it's the fact that I know that we've got more wood to pile on this fire where I'm like, this is not good.
So the
if this is our starting point, we're already at a boil.
People are torn on this. I've seen the debate, and the debate is no woman hugs a man like that unless they're trying to fuck. And then the other half says, hey, some people are more affectionate than others. You guys are looking too much into this. You're bored. You're obsessed with other people's lives. And they might have a point. But I know, like, I've been hugged by many a women in the past. Mm-hmm. The way Erika Kirk hugged J.D. Vance at this event is the way that my lady hugs me when she's trying to send out a message. That,
okay.
You know, it's, you know, it might be getting after it time. So you tell me if people are reading too much into this, because have you seen this yet?
I have not seen this, but I will say this before we see it. I don't know where it's going to go, but I will say, if nothing else, and I don't mean this as any sort of she hasn't, Charlie's been gone for a little bit. She hasn't, had her needs met. It could be just biological that she's just, how shall we say, in need of a good run.
We're coming up on 2 months.
Okay, so yeah, maybe she's just in need of a good running.
I think 2 months.
She's a racehorse. She needs to get out and put some laps in.
I got to tell you, I think 2 months is not enough time.
I'm not saying psychologically. I'm just saying biologically. Maybe her body, and she's unknowingly kind of leaning in.
Let's see if J.D. Vance is that guy. Here we go. This is Erika Kirk and J.D. Vance. The hug heard around the world. People are debating this hug and whether or not it was appropriate for a widow and a married man with children to engage in this kind of affection.
Oh. The head cradle.
The head cradle is iffy. JD leaned into the hug. And then as he broke, now the start of the hug was good on his part. He did the how you doing, homie, back slap.
Right.
Yeah, that's a friend hug when you slap the back, But then as he came back, the hands went to the hips for a second. I'm going to tell you this.
The butt cheek grab and the real part was really out of touch.
The hip thrust was not okay. I think we can all agree on that. But if I touch a woman's hips, that's I'm, biting my tongue.
I'm aiming for a destination, my friends.
Yeah. And a woman puts her hand on the back of my neck, head area. That's I think I saw somebody on TikTok say it yesterday. A guy gets that grab and he goes, I got a shot.
That's grab her hips time because her legs will wrap around you if you do.
Yeah, All
right, well, he didn't really go down. His arms were at the small of her back, whatever, and he kind of came to the sides. I can see why people are debating it, but the intro combined with that, now I'm sus. And then you said there's something else about the way he talks about his wife.
We'll get to that part.
I understand why people were telling me.
The other part about this, she's wearing leather pants, dude, to a Turning Point USA event. Leather pants? Like, to me, leather.
Maybe she likes flaunting it. They're black, though, because she's still in mourning.
Oh, you know what? She might be wearing form-fitting leather pants to an event, but you're right. They are black, and they do signify mourning. But, you know, Frankie Five Angels in Godfather Part 2 just wore a black armband for Clemenza. I don't know if we need to go like Frankie Five Angels. Frankie Pantangeli didn't show up at the First Communion celebration wearing leather pants. That would have been troubling. So people have been making AI remakes of this hug.
Uh-oh. This can't be good.
AI is getting a little too good, I gotta say.
Wow, they're really leaning in on this.
And then this is probably the dirtiest one. This is probably the worst edit I've ever seen. This is the two of them on top of Charlie Kirk's casket.
Oh,
that's no good.
That is not good.
By the way, the first comment on it is, help, is this one AI? What the fuck? No, they literally went on Fox News.
Charlie's not buried at all, though. They just drag him around from event to event.
They put
some Febreze on him each time. He's pumpkin spice right now. It's very seasonal.
So J.D. Vance then gave a speech about his wife at this Turning Point USA event, and you know, maybe the rumors could have stopped there about, you know, whether or not J.D. Vance and Erika Kirk have been hooking up. Mm-hmm. But then he started talking about his wife, who was in the crowd, in the audience. Now, J.D. is a Christian. His wife is agnostic. She was raised in a Hindu home. And J.D., after giving Erika Kirk the hug heard round the world, then went and said this about his wife.
And yes, my wife did not grow up Christian. I think it's fair to say that she grew up in a Hindu family, but not a particularly religious family in either direction. In fact, when I met my wife, we were both, I would consider myself an agnostic or an atheist, and that's what I think she would have considered herself as well. You know, everybody has to come to their own arrangement here. The way that we've come to our arrangement is she's my best friend. We talk to each other about this stuff. So we decided to raise our kids Christian. Our two oldest kids who go to school, they go to a Christian school. Our 8-year-old did his first communion about a year ago. That's the way that we have come to our arrangement. But thank you.
Again, remember how we said no one can replace my husband, and the worst word you can say after that is but?
Yeah, don't tell me he's got a butt coming.
I haven't heard this part of the speech yet. I've only heard a shorter clip of it. I really hope the word butt isn't the next thing out of JD's mouth.
My 8-year-old was also very proud of his first communion.
God.
Thank you, guys. I'll tell him that Ole Miss wishes him the best. But I think...
Oh, no! No, guys, stop saying but after you say nice things about your spouse. This is coming from a twice divorced guy who probably said but a lot.
So what you're saying is learn from
me. For the 900th time, take my advice. I know, because there's an episode of Landman where the daughter says to the dad, "Daddy, why are you right about stuff all the whole time?" And he's like, "Because I spent my whole life being wrong." It's like, yep.
Everybody has to have this own conversation when you're in a marriage. I mean, it's true for friends of mine who are in Protestant and Catholic marriages, friends of mine who are in...
Kill the Protestant. I mean, easy enough, right? I mean, Catholicism is the Church of St. Peter. There's absolutely no debate here.
You know, atheists and Christian marriages, you just got to talk to the only advice I can give is you just got to talk to the person that God has put you with, and you've got to make those decisions as a family unit. For us, it works out. Now, most Sundays, Usha will come with me to church. As I've told her, and I've said publicly, and I'll say now in front of 10,000 of my closest friends, do I hope eventually that she is somehow moved by the same thing that I was moved in by church? Yeah, I honestly do wish that. because I believe in the Christian gospel, and I hope eventually my wife comes to see.
She just did.
She doesn't look very happy with this.
She just did a lean to one side, like, you're gonna fucking do this in front of a basketball arena full of people, you dick.
Mm-hmm.
She just kind of gave him the black lady lean a little bit there.
Because I believe in the Christian gospel, and I hope eventually my wife comes to see it the same way.
Yep.
But if she doesn't, then God says everybody has free will, and so that doesn't cause a problem for me. That's something you work out with your friends, with your family, with the person that you love. Again, one of the most important Christian principles is that you respect free will. Usha's closer to the priests who baptized me than maybe I am. They talk about this stuff. My attitude is you figure this stuff out as a family, and you trust in God to have a plan, and you try to follow it as best as you can. And
That was awkward.
Yeah, again, on its own, that's completely harmless. Paired with that hug, though.
Do you remember Kevin Nealon's Mr. Subliminal character on Saturday Night Live?
Where
he would say something, but then subliminally say something else?
No, I don't.
I feel like J.D. Vance was doing that in that speech. Like, he was like, I really respect my wife's views on religion, pagan bitch, and I think that eventually we can all come to a solution together. She can burn in hell. Like, I feel like there were subtle undertones to that were, if I may quote Robert Downey Jr., that were mildly sinister. Like, do I hope the bitch finds God and sees it my way? Yeah, of course. But am I fine if she doesn't? Yeah, totally. It's okay.
Do I have an I told her so just waiting in the closet for this moment? Yes, I do.
All right. So we've shown you the 3 pieces of evidence.
There's more than enough smoke there to question a fire because
there's a theory out there that J.D. Vance is getting a divorce from Usha, and that he's going to marry Erika Kirk. There's also, and that they will become a power couple, and J.D. will run for president, and all of that stuff. I don't see that being the case. I'm not buying into that. I need more evidence. I think right now this is very interesting gossip. You know, while the Republican Party has their big civil war over Israel, this is a nice little side piece conversation. Could be literal side piece conversation. I'll also say this. SP and I were watching some of her TikToks last night, and I want to say this right now. This is going to sound remarkably racist. But I feel like if you asked black people and others, they would say the same thing I'm saying. We were watching these videos of like, there's this bit that people are doing where a wife will have an electric drill in one hand and the husband will be up on a ladder, like hanging a picture or something. And she'll start the drill and poke him in the back or in the butt, like as if to make him think that she's putting the drill in his back, and he'll freak the fuck out. And in one of them, there were a couple white couples, and then there was a mixed race couple. And look, this is going to sound bad, but I looked at SP and I go, don't pull your mic away from your face like you're disassociating yourself before I even, wait till I say the thing, then you can distance yourself.
All right.
But we were watching the TikToks, and I was like, does it always look more natural and normal for the 2 white people to be together? Like, it looks more right to me. Like, I feel a weird sense of pride when the 2 whites are together. Like, and she's like, no. She goes, I think that's normal. She goes, because it does look different when it's something else. She goes, and I think black people would agree with you too. I'm like, okay, good. I feel a little better. Like, I don't know. And so there's something about, like, if J.D. Vance divorces Usha and gets with Erika Kirk, there's part of me that said that is so scandalous that nobody would ever vote for him to be president. But then another part of me says they do look like a very handsome, attractive white couple.
It'll sell to the base, especially a lot more.
Like, people think I'm a racist when I say shit like that. You don't understand how much guilt I feel saying that, but it does. They look wonderful together, and it's like, I feel when I see a mixed race couple, I go, there's like a level of force in there, you know, like there's a level of pushing through something. Whereas I see 2 black people or 2 white people together, and I go, wow, they look really good together. Not always, but a lot of times. This is where I need your help.
I felt like you dug yourself in deep enough. I could just stand at the top and look down. Here's the sad truth. People naturally feel more comfortable around people of their ethnicity.
Let me ask you something. Why is that sad? Why is that the sad truth?
Because people always say that you a bigot, and it's unfortunate that that's where they go with it, but that's the truth of it is it's genetic, it's natural. Like you don't see wolves running around and one pug in the mix, you know what I mean? Like it's not.
All right, let's play a fun game. Which race is the pug in your mind? When you made that analogy, who were you thinking was the pug?
I was thinking the pug was the white guy, like the short burly nose.
Oh, you're a fucking you're a race traitor, dude.
No.
I can't believe this. The
wolves were Eskimos.
Oh, I believe we call them Inuits now.
Oh God, I've watched that.
Or ice N-words. So,
well,
your choice.
I know which one I'm picking.
Your choice. Waylon gifting a membership to Walleye Joe. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Walleye Joe? Go ahead and keep gifting those memberships. We appreciate it. Walleye Joe gifting a second membership. This one, oh no, he passing it along. I'm sorry. Dinosaur Fuel getting that membership from Walleye Joe. Dinosaur Fuel, why don't you gift one back? Sounds good to me. We also got a clip from Mr. Approachable for $1. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hey, guess what? We're at 230.
Nice.
Today's goal is at 230, and we're also 5 gifted memberships on Rumble away from 300. Thank you, guys.
Beautiful.
Very, very much. Let's go ahead and put that up there. There we go. 230 away from today's goal. Let's see the clip from Mr. Approachable. Let's see what I did now. Shit. I got to go in there and give up the butthole so my husband stays happy.
I don't even remember how you came to
that. I was talking about Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, God, that was a while ago. That threw me for a loop. That part of the tape has been recorded over. I didn't remember that happened.
George F says a new power couple. I mean, dude, it wouldn't get much more power couple-y than
people
those
were
two.
saying that. People were saying that yesterday in my chat, and I was dismissing the whole thing because I didn't know about any of this stuff. But yeah, people were like, "Yeah, no, they're gonna hook up and make a power couple." Like, it's gonna be a hard thing to fight with Erika Kirk having kind of the young Turning Point USA crowd that she has right now. If they keep it above board and nothing scandalous happens beforehand that somehow comes out, yeah, I can't see how that's going to go bad if he separates from his wife and now.
Again, Chips and Diff saying the optics of that relationship would be very bad. I don't know if he could become president if he did that because he'd have to do it now, marry Erika Kirk within a year, and then you only got 2 years until the election. You got a year until the primaries. I don't think you can turn because they're both going to be looked at as the devil at first. Mm-hmm. And it's going to take more than a year to get people to adjust to that. So I don't think if he wants to be president, he'll stay with that Indian lady he's with.
At least for the first few years.
Then Erika, if he wants, he'll stay with her. If he wants to be a 2-termer, he'll stay with her forever. If he wants to be a 1-termer, once he wins the election, he can move Erika's shit in. To the
well, I think once he wins the second term election, you can move Erika's shit in. What are they going to do now? You can't stop me, bitches.
We'll see. Okay, my final thought on this. I don't think J.D. Vance is leaving his wife for Erika Kirk. However, I do think Erika Kirk wants to fuck J.D. Vance.
Well, that's 100% legit. But like I said, that might not even be her. Maybe she's one of those, one of those ponies that needs constant maintenance. And quite frankly, it's getting out of control.
How dare you? She's a nice Christian woman. The other part of this is that there is a picture out there of her hugging Usha the same way. There is a picture of Erika Kirk hugging J.D. Vance's wife exactly.
So maybe she is an abnormal hugger.
She's just a really affectionate Christian lady. She really likes grabbing.
She gets in there.
If this was 30, 40 years ago, she'd be the kind of woman who's like hanging out at the VFW giving you hugs like that. She smells like cigarettes. and hairspray. She smells like White Rain and Virginia Slims.
There's a mix.
Yeah. Veldrain with $1 says, please insert AI JD Vance singing Erika here. As she unplugs JD's headphones on the speaker, she's like, "What?" Usha's like, "What are you listening to, honey?" Oh, it's been night and Erika. What are you doing, JD? Sorry,
just having a good listen and a dance. Yeah.
Watching a World War II documentary, honey. Nothing.
Just proud of my heritage.
Just proud of my heritage. That's all. All right, let's go into a few other things. Thank you guys very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We peaked up over 600 today. We're over 5, under 6 at the moment. I really thought we were going to kiss that 7 when we got up to 6 so quick. But what do you do?
Yeah.
Tomorrow's another day. We'll figure it out. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. All we're worried about now is that goal, baby. That goal. So go ahead and throw in gifted memberships. I tell you what, Rumble has gone wild the last few months, and that has meant way less on the PayPal and Venmo side of things. I don't care. Like either one, totally fine with me. But go ahead and show it a little love. Let's get down to $200 by 8:30, and let's really start knocking this thing out here on the toe. Since today is the death of Dick Cheney, I feel like this story is very apropos today. I'm having a hard time telling the difference between Donald Trump's second term and what George W. Bush's third term would have looked like. I mean, we're getting into a lot of this foreign adventurism again. I mean, what happened to no new wars? All of a sudden, we had the Iran 12-day thing. Now we got this thing with Venezuela. Trump's talking about going into Nigeria, for God's sake. It doesn't sound very MAGA America first to me.
No, the Nigeria one I can almost understand because that's been going on for a while, but still, yeah, it's really strange. I thought we were done being the world police, no new wars. We were going to be focused on here at home. That was like the whole selling point.
Well, now Trump is saying that Maduro's days leading Venezuela are numbered as the U.S. amasses the largest Caribbean military presence seen in 35 years. So we have the largest American military concentration in the Caribbean since the George H.W. Bush administration.
Why was it so big during the H.W. Bush administration? Were we fighting?
I think that was around the time we were doing shit like
the narco stuff with the CIA?
Grenada, Panama, shit like that. Yeah, a lot of the drugs. Well, that was part of the war on drugs.
Right.
Was going after those guys. Then you got guys like, which one was it? Was it Noriega, who was a CIA agent who went rogue? We installed Noriega as the leader in Panama. Mm-hmm. And he was working for the CIA, collecting checks from the CIA. And eventually he just went rogue and he said, okay, I'm actually in charge of Panama and I'm going to be making decisions. And we went, whoa, hold on, fuckface. No.
You don't understand what a plant is.
Right.
And he went, yeah, what are you going to do about it? And didn't we get him?
We went in and got him. Yeah. We went in and got Noriega. So it's of course the great American double cross. We put you there and then, we brought you into this world. We can take you out. Well, now America has the highest concentration of military units that we've had in that area in 35 years. And then you add that with the bombing of the Venezuelan alleged drug boats with no congressional approval. And the word regime change has been kicked around. And if you think that Donald Trump is talking about this regime change because communism is so bad and we need to get Maduro and this and that, Venezuela's nationalized the oil companies in 1976. This is not a new thing that they're doing commie shit down there in Venezuela or they're running drugs out of Venezuela. This is not a new thing. In my opinion, and this is where I call it the third George W. Bush administration, Donald Trump's donors in the oil business want to open up Venezuela. They want to drill in Venezuela and they want to get more exports out of that country. And Trump thinks that if he bombs Venezuela, he looks like he's being tough on the cartels, tough on drugs. The oil companies get their way. Here's the bitch.
It's a win-win, baby.
Right, but here's the bitch of it. Do you think if we get this massive influx of oil to the global market from Venezuela, that our gas prices are going to go down?
Oh, hell no.
I don't think so either. I think it's just going to be pocketing all the extra profit. Because here's the evil globalist way that the oil markets are run. You drill oil in your country, you don't keep it.
Right.
It gets shipped off in the global market and it gets sold, and you make a bunch of money from selling it, because you can make more money selling it on the global market than you can keeping it in the country and selling it domestically.
Right. That's why we do it.
Right. So if you go to Venezuela, Venezuela drills their oil and they keep their oil. It is nationalized. The Venezuelan oil is for Venezuelans. So they're not selling as much of it on the global market, which we don't like. And
But they're not buying any on the global market either.
Bingo, bango, bongo. So while communism is not good, we don't like communism, this is not being done for the benefit of the Venezuelan people. This is trying to
Done
get
for the benefit of BP.
This is trying to get Venezuela back into the oil markets and get. Now, naturally, if production in the global marketplace goes up, what should happen to the prices?
The price should go down. More supply, less demand.
And could the price of oil go down? It could, until we engineer another crisis in an oil-producing country somewhere else to offset it, or
Not significantly enough for you to notice at the pump. That's for damn sure.
Or OPEC decides that they're going to cut production. And
because
then,
now there's too much supply.
Right.
That's another fun part of it. OPEC goes, hey, guys, this oil's getting too cheap. We have too much of it available. We better curtail it back, so you have to pay this much for it now.
And, you can think, oh, well, we'll produce more domestically. Well, there's only a certain price American oil producers are going to drill for. And once it gets to a certain depth, once the price goes to like $60 a barrel, $55 a barrel, they're going to stop drilling. So we do the same thing OPEC does.
Right. It's still bullshit.
So what's going to happen, and I hate to be this cynical, but it comes with age and watching shit happen your whole life. If you're a young person and you're going, Venezuela, communism being overthrown, we love communism being overthrown. Okay, it's going to benefit the big corporations. It's going to benefit the oil companies. Mark my words, the first thing they're going to do if they do a regime change thing in Venezuela is they're going to contract out with BP and other oil companies because they need to stabilize the region. And they need to
after they blew
ensure
up all the oil fields.
they need to ensure domestic production stays strong. And they'll pitch it as like, so we can feed the Venezuelan people and they can have jobs or whatever. But now these Venezuelans, after having oil nationalized their whole life, they're going to now go to work for foreign companies that are pumping out the oil that Venezuelans used to pump out. They're not going to like that.
And it's not going to stay in their country.
No, it's going to get sold.
And what happens to their prices at the pump for their cars? Like, what happens to the people in Venezuela? How much are they used to paying to fill up their car? Do they pay to fill up their car, or is it because it's nationalized, like your taxes cover your gas or something? How does that work?
I do believe that in those countries where it's nationalized, I know that in the Arab countries, gas is really, really cheap. I don't know how
Right.
it works in Venezuela, but I'd imagine that it's got to be relatively cheap. By the way, Wally World with $5 says, here is Nancy Pelosi's leading contender for replacement. Oh, no, not him. California
Scott
Senator
Wiener?
Scott Wiener. Dude, Scott Wiener is a creep and a half. Scott Wiener is, he's like into lowering the age of consent. He's into like reading.
Go for it, guys.
Dude, reading trans books to kids. He's one of the guys who fought against legislation that would force people to reveal their HIV positive status to their partners or else it's a crime. He was against that.
That's up.
He said he's against that because it would hurt the LGBTQ community.
So you're saying, and this is the fucked up part. So Scott Wiener's saying the LGBTQ community really likes, committing what many of us view as a crime.
Scott Wiener's a fucking creep, dude. Yeah,
I hope they're joking.
I believe it. I believe that he's the front runner for Nancy Pelosi's seat, but that guy is worse than Nancy Pelosi because Nancy Pelosi is just a corporatist Democrat who's out to enrich herself. She's old school corrupt.
Right.
She's old school corruption.
You can count on that kind of corruption because you know where it's coming from. These people, holy Lord.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not good. I don't like that Scott Wiener. Remember I told you whoever they get is going to be worse than Pelosi? I'm going to tell you right now, Scott Wiener is worse than Pelosi. Someone texting in, Aaron, Trump did just say gas is going down to $2 a gallon. Well, any second now. Any second now, buddy. Hey, when you put that 88 shit in your car, you know, the one that's good for vehicles like O2 and newer.
Yeah.
When you put that 88 shit in your car that's like, it's like $2.50 right now, whereas the rest of gas is like $2.80. Does that end up coming out in a wash? Like, does that burn faster and you don't really save that much money?
I don't know that I noticed a difference.
Okay. I should start doing some research. Because I go between the 88 and the other the more expensive shit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I don't drive as much as I used to. I'll say this: I used to pay for the more expensive shit a couple of years ago. Now I've been pretty much exclusively the 88. I would say I haven't noticed a difference. Because
I never used to do the 88 because I didn't trust it. I'm like, it's cheaper. It's got to be worse for my car.
Right.
But Tahoe's been a stud, so I don't know.
At a certain point, it's like, I really need the fuel. It'd be different if my car could talk to me, be like, this stuff tastes like ass and it's not good enough. Then I'd feel like a dick.
Somebody says, don't put the 88 in your car. Joey Caravello says, put 1488 in your car. You know, I never see that stuff at my gas stations. Sam Show says it's cut with ethanol and gunks up the system. You cannot tow on that crap gasoline. Okay. Because I don't, I use it every once in a while because I always say when I use it, like, now I'm going to do the comparison thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, now I'm going to do the thing where I see which one, and I never do. I can pay attention because I get a fucking cheeseburger or something and then lose focus. Conditioner on my D says Scott Wiener is Fat Beaker's favorite candidate. I don't know who Fat Beaker is. Also, Wiener is great for the Republicans. He's very easy to get people going against him. That's true. The thing about Scott Wiener is they can hold him up like the way they hold AOC up is like, do you want this? Then you better vote for our pro-Jewish neocon guy.
Ugh.
He'll be good for
the worst part is I don't want that either.
Numero Uno says, did he say it's good for cars 02 and newer? Who has a car from before 02? Well, that's just what they put on the gas pump. They say as long as your car is newer than 02, it's safe to put in there. That's just a disclaimer. Somebody, too, says 88 ain't good for your motor, and I got shittier fuel mileage. Okay.
Okay. Good to know.
Fauci's
I'll
Pangolin.
keep that information going forward.
Fauci's Pangolin says, comes out in the wash, you lose power. Okay. Plankton says, you cannot go back and forth. Stick with one grade, dummy. All right, I'll do the rich people gas. That's fine. I'll buy rich people gas. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says you can't tow with that gas like Aaron ever tows. I was waiting for that one.
Yeah.
I knew that one was
about
coming.
to think myself, like, I don't regularly tow.
The tow doesn't tow. I TOE. I don't TOW. I have a hitch.
Yeah.
I don't have a ball in there right now. I got no balls. I would like to tow something. I just don't know. I mean, what am I towing?
Yeah, I have that same thing. I have a receiver in my car, but I don't have the other parts. What am I going to do? Go get some fucking thing, slide it in there, hook up what? You want me to go tow a boat? Ooh, there's an idea.
You're not going to do it?
I'll go get my sea legs.
Dude, I've wanted a pontoon for a long time. I just can't justify
I'll say this.
it.
I could have fun with like a pontoon, like a party boat. Like, I could roll on that.
But here's the thing, like in Minnesota, you ask anybody who owns a boat, and they always say, they're like, dude, you're paying for it year round. You're using it tops 4 or 5 months. You got to use it. And like every weekend is taken up because you got to use the fucking pontoon because you're paying for the goddamn thing. So you got to take it. It won't
be available in November.
Right. You got to keep it out in your driveway and shit all summer. It's... I just don't want, it's one of those things where it sounds great and you want it, and then you get it and you're like, oh, get rid of this fucking thing.
Well, what about, it's Minnesota. What about a snowmobile? You can tow a snowmobile.
I'm not a snowmobile guy. I don't like being cold.
You're such a prissy bitch.
I am. I'm a fucking bitch. I want to go to a Gopher game this year, but I don't want to go when it's like 38 degrees. SP and I
then you could get You get a camper, you tow those, but I mean, I feel like you've gone the camper route.
I've gone the
We've
camper
tested
route.
this.
I don't like that either. You know what the thing is about campers? Even though I didn't have to like fix it or anything, money pits, because again, you have to go camping all the time because you got to justify it. And
You gotta use
fucking,
it.
do you know what it is? It's fucking groceries. Like when you have a fridge and freezer and all the amenities of home, you want to fill it up with shit.
Right, and you're going somewhere every other weekend, so you're constantly restocking this thing.
Yeah. So you're buying groceries twice. You're buying groceries for home. You're buying groceries for the camper. It adds up. It adds up. Cody with $5. Thank you very much, buddy. He says Maduro offered that already. Trump turned it down. Oh, Maduro offered to national or export oil. Yeah, we just want Venezuela. He wants the corporations in there.
Dude, why get it for your price when I can take it for mine?
I'm going to tell you right now, if we do go into Venezuela, we're the bad guys.
We the baddies.
We're the baddies in that one because we're doing it for corporations. Like I can't remember who said it in the chat today. End stage capitalism is fucking depressing.
It's got its flaws. The part that scares me is I don't know any time in my life that I've ever lived it where so many people are just kind of like, yeah, we're at the end of this. Like the general sense that the end is nigh kind of thing.
Yeah.
Not like the world's going to be over tomorrow, but just like end stage capitalism, the end of society, downfall of that, like the rapture's around the corner. Like it's all piling up to the point where I'm like, oh boy.
What really sucks is like end stage capitalism for almost all of it is still better than society completely falling apart. Like even though it leads to society completely falling apart, until it completely falls apart, it's still better.
It's still the best option we have, which is sad.
Was it Churchill who said democracy is the worst form of government aside from everyone else?
I'm not sure. I don't want to sign off on that without knowing.
That Churchill had some good quips. He was an evil war criminal.
Well,
but
if
he
you
had
drank
some-
as much scotch as he did, you'll be a.
He was a drunken, incompetent war criminal who almost got his country burned down, but he had a good quip or two. That's for sure. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, Aaron, buy this cool jet ski. So, jet skis I like. I've been riding jet skis since I was like 13.
Okay, well, there you go. You can tow that. You can get like a single jet ski like trailer and you use it to launch it and everything. And
well, plus those are all over the place. Everybody's always selling them. Those are cheap. You can get a jet ski.
those are available.
Cheap.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Red Fox Mad, for the $4.99. That's going to put him at 50. I think that puts him back in central booking.
Nice.
Yes, it does.
Welcome back. Welcome back to Central Booking. We missed you.
Red Fox Mad at $50 now takes that fifth spot in central booking. And I believe now we're 210 away from today's goal.
Thank you guys so much. Let's get it. We're there.
I'm sorry, 215 away from today's goal.
Oh.
So let's go. 5 gifted memberships away from 300 on Rumble. Let's go ahead and knock out that last $15 in the next 20 minutes, and we're back on track. Then we'll get to 100 by 9:30, and we'll call this thing a win for the toe. I'm excited, guys. Thank you. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, gift a couple of memberships. Let's make it rain. I approve. We're just a bunch of dudes talking about boats and gas and cars and jet skis. We're just a dude show.
I really don't know if I quite make it. We're just dudes talking about dude stuff. Like, yeah, but that guy.
Hey, we're just a couple of swinging dicks. I'm just a guy with a trailer hitch that has no ball in it, not towing anything at all with my powerful SUV that I bought 6 years ago. Haven't towed a goddamn thing with it. Just being a guy. Being a dude, talking about the hard truth realities about boat purchasing. Somebody had a good one about buying a boat during COVID. I did want to share this, but it's way up there in the chat now because that Rumble chat
is
nice
moving
and quick. Bird Collector says, bought my tune right before COVID, got a hell of a deal and nice enough to enjoy and not too nice money-wise. That if it sits for a few weeks in the summer, I don't feel bad. I suppose if you pay cash for it or once you have it paid for, it doesn't.
It's not too bad.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt as bad. I don't think.
I guess it depends how hard, how high in the state. You have tabs on that? I assume you have some sort of registration you have to renew every year.
With boating, it's like every I want to say 3 years.
Oh, well, that's nice.
I could be wrong about that. Your truck tells you your gas mileage. Just read the damn display. Thank you. I appreciate that. Aaron, get a kayak. It's good for your core. I mean, I don't mean to brag, but after this summer, I became the sole owner of a picnic table boat. Everybody else tapped out of the picnic table boat game. It is now officially mine, so I can make some of the alterations that I've wanted to make. Number one, cup holders. Number two, cooler rack. Number three, oar storage in like a little hammock net underneath.
Oh, boy.
Because I want to paddle out past the weeds and not get the weeds sucked up into the motor.
All right. Well, that's sensible.
And umbrella stand.
I feel like at this point, why don't you just get a real boat? You're starting to remind me again. I've been watching a lot of this show called Alone, where it's like a survival. You're starting to remind me of some of these crazy people that are like on a Vancouver island, and we're taking whatever washes up on shore, and we're making a raft so we can investigate that island. And
you know what? Fuck you. Go ahead and put 6 55-gallon drums underneath a custom-made picnic table made of nice, heavy, pre-treated pine, and with Thompson's deck seal on top of it every year. Sit there above the water, but feet in the water with a little trolling motor, cruising around the lake, drinking beers with your friends, and you tell me it's not the greatest thing in the world.
I mean, I'm sure it's certainly cost effective. It sounds like we're getting very heavy in here.
Do me a
like
favor.
Like a lady that's had too much face work done. Maybe leave Mona Lisa alone.
Do me a favor. Take your pontoon, turn that sumbitch sideways, shine it up real nice, and stick it straight up your candy ass. I'd rather have my feet in the water while I'm out on the lake. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm saying, maybe, like I said, maybe leave it where it's at. Maybe we've reached perfection, and though well-intentioned, your aims will, in the end, leave it looking like a lady who's had too much plastic surgery done.
Sam Show says you could just put a kiddie pool under a picnic table. Same shit. It's not. It's different. You don't know until you've tried. Gray Duckling with $5 says reason why Aaron doesn't have a camper or boat. He can't back up trailers. I choose not to back up trailers. My father taught me this. Sometimes you just need to do a circle around the block so you can
pull it in the right way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Why back it in?
I had a dad who was very proud of backing it in. So like I've seen how it can be done, both good and bad. So I've never done it, mind you. It's never been put to practice, but I feel confident I could handle it.
Phantom X with a great idea. Phantom X says Aaron needs to start at picnic table boat business where he charters them out or builds them custom for the rich whites. Maybe I need to take it to like Wisconsin Dells and I need to do little picnic table charters.
Perhaps.
Lake Minnetonka, picnic table charters. Don't rich people like to pretend they're poor sometimes? Like they're like, oh, look, I'm poor chic. So we'll ride We'll ride on picnic table boats, slugging domestic beers.
Right. They'll slum it on picnic table boats.
Yeah.
There you go. You got a business and a clientele all lined up. Sounds like you got everything but the boats.
I've got the first boat.
You've got a boat.
And then after it takes off, we'll have like 12 Jennies.
Dude, how many people does the boat hold?
I would say up to 8.
Up to 8, so it's a sizable boat.
It's a sizable boat. How much can you charge for a picnic table boat ride? Maybe $20 an hour?
Perhaps.
Per person? So that's $140 per hour. Stay out on the lake for maybe 7 hours? 8 hours. And
do
all
that
of a sudden
2 or 3 months and you've got the money for another boat.
That's $1,100 a day, my friend. And all you need to do is you need to charge. You can have a solar powered battery charger so you can charge as you go. Bro.
I don't know. It sounds like a great idea. You should drop everything and follow your dreams.
Thank you. George F. says, till that muskie takes your big toe off. Yeah, we'll have to have muskie bite insurance. So a lot of things we need to consider with this. All right, guys, go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. I want to see us hit 200 by 8:30 and stay ahead. 215 is the number for today. We're also 5 gifted memberships on Rumble away from 300. Nicholas, my golfing buddy, with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. Now we're 205 away from today. Hey, looks like a gifted membership on Rumble, and we're right on track for today. Two and a half hours, no goal talk. I think making that 3.5 hours would be really great, wouldn't it?
It'd be fantastic.
Guys, I have some great news for all of the poor people who are on Snap, who watch this program. I know there's a ton of you. They are making Trump partially fund SNAP benefits.
Yep.
Court came out yesterday and made a ruling that they have to use some of that emergency fund to help people. They said it was in the general welfare of the public and that it was the president's job during the shutdown to release those funds. Now, the thing I've constantly heard is a lot of people were saying, why would Trump do this? Why would he just let people go hungry and this and that? Some were saying that the theory was that the reason Trump was not releasing those emergency funds to fund SNAP was because he wanted to, essentially starve out illegals and other people who may be here legally and cause them to self-deport and go back to the country they came from. Now, I'll say this, that sounds nuts. That sounds really kind of mean, but it sounds better than the alternative, which is, I don't know, I just felt like it.
And I don't know, like, I understand the whole, like, if the people aren't getting their SNAP benefits and things like that, they might put more pressure on their congressmen to do shit and kind of get this whole government shutdown thing moving forward. But,
right. Because, you can blame it on the Democrats for not voting for the shit you want to do.
Right.
Even though the Democrats say, well, we're protecting people's health insurance and we're protecting Obamacare and shit like that, and we don't want to see people get kicked off of Medicare or Medicaid. It's, that's a very nuanced argument. It's easier to just say, hey, these fucking Democrats are not voting to open the government because they want to support those illegals. What do you guys think? And I think the latest poll I saw was like 42% of Americans blame Democrats, 24% blame the Republicans in Congress, and 24% blame Trump.
Yeah, it's largely publicly seen as on the Democrats.
Yeah, I think so. I think that I think that what'll happen here is one of two things will happen. Either the Democrats are going to fold and they're just going to vote to open up the government. Elections have consequences. The Republicans won. They get to call the shots when it comes to how we spend money. And it's not like Republicans are really cutting shit anyway. Like, Republicans are still spending a fuck ton of money. It's not like they're, balancing the budget or anything crazy like that. So
we'll never touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, we're just working on the margins, essentially. And they're doing what Republicans do, protecting corporate tax breaks, protecting corporate welfare while going after poor people's welfare. Now, look, I have no problem with going after welfare programs. My issue is make it equal.
My issue is start with the big ones first. You get, like, look,
more money.
When you're going fishing, you don't aim for the fucking guppies and the bait fish. You aim for the fucking river trout. Why? Because there's some meat on that fish.
Yes. I think if you go after corporate welfare first, there's more money there versus if you go after SNAP and EBT. Because if you eliminate all of those welfare programs, you get yourself a little under $300 billion a year, which is not a small number. But I shudder to think how much we give in corporate tax breaks and subsidies to large corporations.
And how much that could come back.
Here, this is easy. Let's not be lazy. How much does it cost to subsidize corporations per year? Let's take a look. Corporate welfare in the budget. Corporate subsidy. Now, this is just subsidies, not tax breaks. Estimated to be at least $181 billion in the U.S. federal budget.
So you said the other one was $300 billion?
Was for all of it, like TANF, SNAP, EBT. Okay. It's like 280. It's like everything. How much does it cost to give corporate tax breaks? Let's take a look at that. So combine the subsidies with the tax breaks, and we end. Oh, this can't be real. It's an additional 188 billion. So you're looking at about 350 to 360 billion dollars a year in corporate giveaways to people like Elon Musk and shit like that. So we give as much to the wealthy in welfare as we do the poor.
Well, I guess then I have to say I'm wrong in my analogy if there's more meat on that fish. But that would mean that's there's far less people in that group, though. That, like, toning down on that group affects far fewer lives than toning down on.
Yeah, I think so too. $1 from Professor Tie-Dye. He says, just go to Lord Fletcher's on Lake Minnetonka and pitch your indigenous people made artisanal picnic table boats. The liberal dipshits will buy them up for the virtue points. That's a good point. Artisanal Native American boat rides.
Are you going to be giving them rides, or are you going to sell them the boats?
That's a good point. It costs a few $100 to make one of those bad boys.
Yeah. And you turn it around, maybe double your money.
Don't need to give them a motor because Native Americans didn't have trolling motors.
Right.
So you say, hey, you
them.
paddle it. You stand on the thing, you paddle it.
You tell them how one would go about attaching a motor if one so desired, but that's, again, a personal choice.
This is a very good idea. I like the idea because I can make a lot of money off of dumb white liberals. Nobody's getting hurt.
And
perfect.
You get to tow some boats, earn your tow credit.
Yeah, I can do some towing. Bud Britches with $2 says there is not one improvement you mentioned that you are capable of pulling off solo.
Oh, that's just
You don't
mean.
think I can drill a fucking hole?
Apparently not.
Jesus Christ, I know you guys thought of me as incompetent, but I didn't know it was this bad. You don't think I can drill a hole in wood? I can do the umbrella stand. You don't think I can screw in a little hook on this end underneath, screw in a little hook on this end underneath, and literally just string a net across the two? You guys don't think I could take a couple of 2x4s, cut them up, put them together, and make a cooler? Okay, I understand where you might think I can't do that one.
Do you have, I'm feeling like a lot of these tools, do you have, say, a door drill, like a hole drill for a solid piece of wood?
Yes, I have a fucking drill. Hold on.
Well, you have a drill, but do you have the... I didn't question you have a drill. I questioned whether you had the part
I'll
that makes...
fucking kill you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. That was a joke. I'm kidding. I'm joking around.
But do you have a Dremel tool? But you need a special attachment to cut the holes in the door. Like, I'm just saying, you're going to get some stuff. You're going to need some tools.
I held it with the label out.
Yeah?
It wasn't a sponsorship thing. It's because I didn't want people to know it's a heart. My Ryobi is in the garage. I use that for the outside stuff. This I use for like hanging signs and shit, like inside jobs. This one gets the inside jobs. The Ryobi powered Vibe gets the
he was on Frost Nixon. Yeah, dude. That I like I said, you're just gonna need a couple tools. I don't know. Here's what I don't doubt you, but I support you trying either way.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, hey guys, thank you very much. We got to 200 before 8:30. Now let's do this. Keep gifting those memberships on Rumble and YouTube, and let's power it up. And let's go to 100 by 9:30. We're looking good. Thank you guys very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. You guys have been consistent. That drill is Walmart posh, says Ryan the Garbage Man.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear what the chat's saying about your tools right now. This is exciting. We're gonna see how. Again, I don't know. I feel like you could have just said, "Hey, I have a drill," and you could have just like squeezed the trigger off end. We could have heard it and brought it on camera. Not the best look.
Aaron, do you know what a miter saw is? Yes, I know what a miter saw is.
That drill came with a easy bake oven.
I'll tell you this: I'm a reciprocating saw owner. Thank you very much. I don't have a miter saw, but I know what it is. It's the saw that you take up by the handle, and it's got the platform underneath, and you bring it down. That's a miter saw. Thank you very much.
Might or be one. I don't know.
Oh, so Mad Move says, Sawzall, you gay F word. I'm sorry. I'm using the actual word for what it is. Thank you very much. It's a reciprocating saw. Get on my level. Know the technical terms. You know what? I don't know why. I don't know why I ever defend myself on shit like this, because I could tell them that I have the most top of the line. Like, I have a whole section of my garage that's just hanging from the rafters, the manliest tools in the world, and they still go, that's the gay one, you queer.
Well, I feel like none of us would believe you either. It's just, no, I have all these tools. Sure you do, buddy. Sure you do. That's the real. I have them, and I'm a dude. Like, right.
Lab Glass says, I have a Hart chainsaw, pole saw, and weed trimmer. Cheap and works great. Hart. It works when you press the button. That smelled like shit.
Oh, wow. Fucking nice pitch, buddy.
I'm sorry, but the vent thing is right here, and it blew right up my nose. It smelled like rat shit. Anyway, Hart.
Using that joke?
I'll drill a hole in your fucking head. And it's a heart, so it'll take forever. I don't know where my bit went that I was using, but it's got to be around here somewhere. Hope I don't step on it. All right.
You'll know it's there then.
Yeah. $200 away from today's goal. Cocktiff says, show us your tool collection. I will go out and get my Craftsman toolbox from the garage. The minute you guys hit the goal today, I will go out and get my Craftsman toolbox, and I will show you what's in there. Deal?
All right. Is one of them like a screwdriver that you could replace the heads on? You got one of those?
I do have one of those, yes.
All right.
I got one of those.
A Dremel tool? You have that'll be exciting if you have a Dremel tool.
Put it on the Christmas list. You know.
Honestly, though, I don't recommend it. You don't use it enough.
What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
Unless you're doing a lot of craft stuff.
Yeah. What am I going to do? Buff my nails, you homo? Exactly. Real men
at least you found a use for it.
Real men have a channel locks and hit shit with hammers. That's what we do. Red Fox Mad with 199 says real men use snap-on tools or strap-on tools. Those are fun too. Kmart Ready says, don't you mean play school toolbox? Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's hit that goal. $200 away. It's just about 8:30. We're on schedule. Let's stay that way. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Ryan the Garbage Man says, if you don't have a Craig jig, you ain't shit. That sounds racist.
Well, I ain't shit. I'm going to say right now, I don't know.
Well, we knew that,
jig.
though.
I have no idea what it is.
Nobody was expecting you to be shit.
Okay.
You benefit from what we call low expectations.
God, yeah, I do.
All right, I have a very important question for everyone today. Do you want the long-form Ben Shapiro cope about Tucker and Nick Fuentes, or do you want the 2-minute version?
I think we should probably go with the 2-minute version.
You think so?
I don't know. I haven't seen either.
Okay.
We can do long form. If
you have a weighted vote, but I'm going to see what the audience thinks, and then I'm going to go that way. Or I'm not going to go that. No, I'm going to put it with your weighted vote, and I'm going to see where we end up. What Approachable says, is there an option where we can skip it all together? Well, we have to talk about shit on the show. We have to do stuff that I like sometimes. I'm sorry. So, Aussie Mark says 2 minutes because I hate Ben Shapiro.
See, that's where I was feeling. A lot of people are just going to be like, I don't want to listen to that fucking hoity-toity.
Another person's Zen Man says 2-minute version. All right, so it looks like most people want the 2-minute version of Shapiro.
All right.
I get that. I didn't consider that part, that people find his voice to be fucking repulsive.
Fucking grating.
Yeah, I think so. $1 from Los Federales says, here's Aaron's drill. Make sure to scroll through the pics. Oh, boy. Now, is this really my drill, or is this going to be some kind of gay sex toy? Let's see. It's gay sex toys. I'm not even going to put this up on the screen. It is purple dildos It is a fleshlight, and all of them have all of them have drill attachments.
Oh,
It's
dear
all
Lord.
dicks and pussies that you unscrew your drill here, and then
you just
you drop
slide it in.
the cock or the pussy in, and then you tighten that back up. So wait a minute, you're gonna stick your dick in a fleshlight,
And it's going to spin at high speed,
and then you're
or
gonna
what?
turn a drill onto your cock, and you're gonna really. Dude, you've got a sex addiction. You've got a real fucking problem.
You've got some issues. One, that sounds wholly unsafe, and two, like, what is it? What's the real appeal there? Like, oh, I got such a big dick, I have to use more torque. Like, I don't understand what the plan is.
Oh God, I'm not going to put this on the screen because I don't think you can put dildos and cocks on the screen.
Right.
But like the captions here in these pictures is crazy teamwork, and then it's there's a ribbed dick, a fatter dick, and then a weird kind of fat at the base but thins out towards the top dick. And then there's just one fleshlight because a guy just needs to stick it in it. That's
Well,
gross.
yeah.
Like, I don't get the fleshlight thing. Like, are you dumping loads into it?
Yep,
And then,
I'm
like, so
guessing
now you've got a dirty, used load.
You got to be able to wash
fleshlight?
that. I imagine you've got to be able to clean it, right? I've never had one, so I wouldn't know. I've never needed that.
Kmart Ready says, unless it squirts out cum, he's not interested. That's not true. That is a disgusting lie. It's a blood libel. It's a slander. It's disgusting, Kmart Ready. You know what I like about Kmart Ready, though? I endorse his kind of not liking steel toe because he's got a great sense of humor about it.
Mm-hmm.
He gives and takes. He's not the mentally ill kind that just gets mad. Some Italian guy says, my aunt put a huge dildo on hers. That's remarkably fucking troubling for you to know that.
Yeah, I feel like some secrets don't need to be shared in the family.
That-
Keep stuff to yourself.
Really upset me greatly, and it's going to take me a minute. All right. Well, thank you very much for sending the dildo power drill attachments. I will not be using it. Sendman Build says, for fuck's sake, wash it out, you animal. Don't come in a sleeve thing. Just jack off. That's a steel toe public service announcement.
I love how reasonable you make it sound. You can just beat your meat. Like, you don't need a silicone fuck tube.
We have been stroking our cock since before we had fire. It's fine. It works. We have been pounding our pud since the dawn of man. Since the first caveman went, ugh. He touched his dick and he went, ugh, 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 and then a saber-toothed tiger would hear that and come and eat your whole family. So you had to jerk off quietly. So it was,
I don't know if that's... You're painting a very different picture. They'd only do it on the edges of ledges. Everyone thought of bird shit on them.
I want to tell you, for those of you who say I don't work for my audience or that this show is a dishonest grift, I didn't wait for money to come in to do my impression of a caveman discovering jacking
Just
off.
beating it in the bush.
I
quietly.
just did an impression of a caveman discovering jacking off, assuming you guys would reward it with gifted memberships, PayPals, and Venmos, because I trust you guys. You always hit the goal. That's what having a loyal audience does. Nobody out there is trusting their audience that if they do, number one, that if they do a caveman discovers jerking off impression, that they won't just leave immediately, but also knows that their audience will take care of the program.
You guys rule.
Veldrain with $1 says, Ben Shapiro also wouldn't mind a turn with Erika instead of his usual Punjab Punani. Didn't Ben Shapiro marry like the Jewish Jew lady in Jewry? I thought okay. Grand Poobah with $1 says, this sex ed lesson brought to you by Tim Allen. It was kind of it was a little Tim the Tool Man Taylor. Chevy Fan says, you're stealing Karmic's bit. That's just
Which one?
No, that was an impression of a caveman jerking off, not Karmic. Jesus. Red Fox Mad with 199 says, Aaron, didn't a fan send you a dick sleeve? They did, and if you think I'm opening that sumbitch, you are out of your fucking mind. It's over
Point
in
is,
the,
he still has it.
It's over in the Steel Toe Museum. Over in the corner of the room there. That's Skousko says, Aaron, it's your turn to buy a sex mask now. Oh yeah, my buddy Carmick has a crazy demon sex mask.
I guess I would like to know, and I don't truly want why.
Dude, you know what the show is to make? You know what the show is that needs to happen?
What?
You and Carmick doing
God,
a
no.
show together. Oh, yeah.
I don't know that I want to do a show with anybody. I got my show that I like doing. It's very low stress.
Come
I don't
on,
know.
man. But, like, don't you, like, Carmick's low stress.
I don't know. I don't know enough about Karmic to make that.
You don't,
decision.
that's what makes it even better, is you two can get to know each other on the fly. I didn't know much about any of you guys before I brought you on as second mics.
Right, but I don't know, man. I've seen some interesting clips. Just our our new $20 dono alone.
You don't want to do a
makes me
show
think
with this
he's
guy?
Makes me think he's amped up a little more than
You
me.
guys don't.
I'm not saying I do. I'm not saying I don't. I am unaware.
Fuck! Let's fuck! Dude, that
It does make me laugh.
wanna fuck? Let's fuck! Like you two wouldn't make fucking golden radio babies together.
I don't know.
Are you worried that his charisma will outshine you?
No, I'm just worried that he's a lot more energy than me. And so maybe, I guess, if that's how you want to word it. Yeah, maybe.
Because, like, I can't be seen with the guy. Like, I love him. I think he's great, but I can't
So
be
you want to use me to do it?
Dude, I'm so far above that world, and I can't mock it all the time and trigger the shit out of him all the time and then go work with that group of people. I have
So
to
you want me
stay
to do
above
it on your behalf?
I'm going to send my underling. Right. The emperor doesn't go and meet with the plebeians. So
This
I'm
doesn't make me feel any better.
I'm
going to
send
now.
one of my equites out to meet
Point
with
is,
one of
I'm-
the plebeians.
Quite.
Equities, whatever. However they said it in that gay fucking fruity language. All right, guys. 200 away from today's goal. Let's knock it out. We're also, 5 gifted memberships away from 300 over on Rumble. All right, let's, we've been waiting for Ben Shapiro's take on the Tucker Carlson Nick Fuentes discussion. This is honestly, this has caused a rift. People are calling it a civil war. I don't think it's quite that, but this is causing a legit rift in the in the Republican Party.
Because some people can't stand that it happened and other people are like, who gives a shit?
Well, Nick Fuentes is all over the place now. He's been on all of the biggest shows. There's another show he's going on pretty soon. It's not Rogan. I can't remember which one it is, but he's going on another one that you never thought Nick Fuentes would be on. And what's interesting about this is that the Ben Shapiros of the world created Nick Fuentes. I mean, these guys kept saying things about Israel that just wasn't true. They kept saying shit about Gaza that wasn't true. They kept backing up every evil thing that Israel did. And then there were guys like Nick Fuentes who would tell you something different every night, and you'd go check it out, and you go, that actually checks out. This guy may say some out-of-pocket shit, but at least he's giving me a side of this thing that these other guys, Ben Shapiro and these other guys, came off as really inauthentic and manipulative, whereas Nick Fuentes seemed like a guy who was at least telling you what he thought.
Yeah.
So
It's easy to get along with Nick.
Tucker has Nick Fuentes on, and everybody blows up. I mean, Dave Smith had to go on Piers Morgan's show and absolutely crucify Seth Dillon. Mark Levin went to that Republican Jewish conference and was like, you're all anti-Semites, and you can take... It was so funny. The Mark Levin thing was like, you can have your little radio shows and your podcasts and your TV shows and your subscription services. It's like, Mark, that's like the entire media.
That's everything.
That's everything, Mark. These guys are so mad because the old model of conservative entertainment was find a billionaire, have that billionaire bankroll your shit, don't piss him off, and keep pushing the message he wants you to push. Daily Wire made it that way. Crowder made it that way. Tim Pool made it that way. All these guys made it that way. And now they're stuck holding the bag for Israel. Whereas Tucker said, fuck the corporate world, I'm going off on my own. Nick Fuentes, they tried to cancel him off of everything, and he still hung in there, and now he's having, as he puts it...
It's like a cockroach in a nuclear apocalypse.
He's having, as he puts it, his generational run. So Ben Shapiro took a week to formulate his take because he said, I wanted to nail it. I wanted to really get it. Now, I don't understand why Ben Shapiro needed a week to basically go, if you like Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson and you think it's okay to have them on a show, you hate Jews and you're anti-Semitic. I don't know why he needed a week to say that. We all kind of knew that's what he was going to go with.
That's kind of his, if you disagree with me, you hate Jews and you're anti-Semitic.
Yeah. So this guy who's a big Ben Shapiro fan posted this on Twitter. Ben Shapiro is absolutely right on Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes. Check this out. Oh, and if you write off Ben Shapiro just because he's Jewish, then yes, you are anti-Semitic. So that whole manipulative language thing is a great example of corporatist Republicans. It's just you're so insecure in your argument that any criticism you might get, you're going to try to frame it before you hear it and put it in a classification that makes you look better. Instead of, listening to these people. It's not listening to these people and not talking to these people that caused them to become so popular in the first place. So let's see what old Benny thinks about... Now I'm giving you guys I had a 40-minute clip that we could have jumped around on. You guys voted for the 90 seconds because you don't like Ben Shapiro. Now, tell me this, Johnny, you have not seen this clip yet. Will Ben Shapiro accuse either of these two of anti-Jewry or anti-Semitism?
Definitely Nick Fuentes, and he might just because he was on the show by association, Tucker Carlson.
All right, here we go. Ben Shapiro, he can either make the arguments and argue the points, or he can attack based on identity, which I've been hearing from Republicans as identity politics, and identity politics is bad.
Let's make one thing clear. This is not about free speech or cancellation. It was never about free speech or cancellation. Free speech has a definition.
Really? Because all Nick Fuentes is doing is exercising his free speech after he was canceled.
The right to speak free of governmental coercion. I believe in it, of course. I've always defended it. Criticism of bad speech is, in fact, just a form of free speech. Cancellation also has a definition. The banning of particular people, including people like Nick Fuentes, from platforms like X or Facebook. I believe that Nick Fuentes is odious and despicable, but I've never called for his cancellation. And in fact, I've called for his restoration to those services, despite the fact that I think he's odious and despicable.
I think, look, as much as we despise Ben Shapiro, he does deserve credit for that.
Yeah, that's a good thing. That's a fun. I'm worried there's a but coming.
There's always a but coming. But with this in particular, Ben does this a lot. He does this lawyer weasel shit where you can tell that a conservative is about to go back on their free speech and cancellation views or modify them a little bit when they start telling you what it means.
Right. Look how good I've done. So
I'm about to go against shit I've been saying a lot because there's guys I don't like saying shit I don't like. But trust me, I'm not going against free speech or cancel culture because I'm now going to define what these things are.
It is not cancellation to draw moral lines between viewpoints. In fact, we used to call that one of the key aspects of conservatism. It is not cancellation to refuse to signal boost Hitler supporters like Nick Fuentes.
Nobody's saying that about you, though. And did he say Hitler supporter?
Yeah.
So we're doing the cheap shot bullshit
We're
thing.
doing the cheap shot thing. Just because he hates Jews, he's a Hitler supporter.
Now,
I don't know that I've ever heard him support Hitler.
Well, here's the thing. Nick has said wild shit, and sometimes it's hard to differentiate between him being shocking and him telling you what he actually thinks. Now, he did say on Tucker's show that he admires Joseph Stalin, and that was not bullshit, which was a little wild. But the thing about Ben here is he's doing this thing that a lot of the conservatives on his side are doing. They're creating a victimhood where it doesn't exist. So he's going, now it's not cancellation if I refuse to have Nick Fuentes on my platform. Nobody's saying it is. Like, you're creating a victimhood for yourself and then raging against it. You're creating a straw man. As George Will once said, you're a pyromaniac in a field of straw men. So They don't like that Nick Fuentes is getting on all these big shows. He's gaining in popularity. People are seeing him as a breath of fresh air versus these gatekeeping assholes like Ben Shapiro and the other people who also are dishonest with you about who their billionaire backers are, which is also kind of bullshit. So they don't like that Nick is getting all this momentum, that they're, and this is the hypocrisy because Republicans have always been about the marketplace of ideas. But now they get into a marketplace of ideas with people who are winning and becoming more popular than them. Now they're starting to make shit up and cry. Like in Ben Shapiro's case, it's not cancel culture that we won't platform the guy. Nobody's saying it is. So what are you bitching about?
It is not cancellation to criticize Tucker Carlson for rhetorically fluffing Nick Fuentes and other anti-American crackpots.
Nobody's saying you are.
And Nick Fuentes isn't anti-American. He's anti-Israel, sir. Those are two totally different things. I realize you don't know that because you're a complete puppet, but...
He's not... Hold on. Ben Shapiro is not a puppet.
For Israel, he totally is.
No, Ben Shapiro is an Israeli.
Well, yes, but he views America as Israel Part 2 or whatever.
Yes.
Israel and America are the same thing.
That's what I mean. If he was a puppet, he would be an America guy who simps for Israel. I want to give Ben Shapiro some credit here. I think Ben Shapiro is Israeli and Jewish first, and that he's kind of a puppet for America in that way.
Okay.
I don't think that Ben is I think Ben feels more of a kinship with Israel than he does the United States of America. If you gave Ben Shapiro Truth Serum and said one country can survive, Israel or America, who you picking? I think he'd pick Israel.
Right, but I'm just saying when he calls Nick Fuentes anti-American, I immediately, in my brain, it's like, oh, you think he's anti-American because he's against Israel. That's not anti-American. He's actually very pro-American. He's just, again, anti-Israel and the Jews in general.
That's the cope. The cope that Ben Shapiro and others are doing is that they've lost the debate on Israel, and they've probably lost the entire Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and maybe millennial generation on the topic of Israel forever. And instead of admitting that they went into the marketplace of ideas and they backed the wrong horse and they lost, now they're trying to say they're victims, they're being bullied. This Nick Fuentes is a big bad racist guy. You guys had all the platforms, you guys had all the viewership, you had all the money behind you. Nick Fuentes can't have a fucking bank account. It's not like Nick Fuentes was working from a position of advantage over you guys and he just bullied you out. You guys had every advantage. You were the hare. He was the tortoise, and he's winning the race. You don't get to claim aggrieved status here.
It's not cancellation if you urge others to stop promoting those who rhetorically fluff Nazi apologists. Those are all elements of free speech. And anyone who says differently is lying to you.
Nobody's saying differently. None of us are saying you can't criticize him. None of us are saying you have to have him on your show. You're just mad that he's attracting more people and convincing more people than you are. Maybe if you hadn't supported a fucking genocide for the last 2 years, maybe you might be in better standing. Again, all of this getting out your binoculars and looking out at everyone else instead of looking in at why you lost the debate, maybe that might be more productive. But Ben can't do that because he's never wrong. And the Daily Wire is never wrong. These assholes are all undefeated. So, I mean, trying to say, and throwing in these little passive-aggressive digs that Nick is this and Nick is that. I mean, again, we're kind of just showing our bitterness here.
And lying for the most cynical reasons to misdirect from their own defense of those Nazi apologists and their promoters.
What?
The issue here isn't that Tucker Carlson had Nick Fuentes on his show last week. He has every right to do that, of course. The issue here is that Tucker Carlson decided to normalize and fluff Nick Fuentes.
Oh, okay. So
he didn't attack him for a solid 40 minutes.
So remember, this isn't about cancel culture and it's not about abridging free speech. But if you don't do your Nick Fuentes interview the way I want you to do your Nick Fuentes interview, then I get to call you a Nazi. I get to call you a fluffer. I get to now recharacterize Tucker Carlson. Why? Because I didn't get my way. And first of all, he didn't fluff Nick Fuentes. He told him he was troubled by the Stalin thing. He told him that hating Jews is wrong and unchristian. I mean, again, it's like you guys have.
He apologized for calling him a Fed. Apparently, that was a bridge too far.
Right. But like,
it's not like any of Nick's opinions were new that he shared. So
it's this consistent coping mechanism of you have your speech planned out before you even watch the interview, and then you do it on your show. It's more of this psychological manipulation of your audience. Don't go watch the interview. Trust me, I'll tell you what's in it.
And that the Heritage Foundation then decided to robustly defend that performance. Those who criticize both Tucker and Heritage aren't canceling. They are quite properly drawing a moral line.
Nobody's accusing you of canceling. In fact, everybody's kind of moving on from you. And
we're all accusing you of coping.
Yeah. I think what's happening here is you guys are getting passed over and you're trying to make it sound like it's some kind of censorship deal.
Passover. It's nice. I
didn't even catch myself doing that one. Passover.
Brilliant. So yeah, I know. I like that. A lot of us are just going, yeah, of course, that's how you feel. You are the Israeli apologist, so this is a very obvious. The worst part for them is their stance is so predictable that it's not surprising and boring. And like you said, we've moved on.
Yeah. Bigot on socialist media says Tucker fluff Nick. Tucker said Nick was a weird faggot living in his parents' house. Right? I mean, that is what Tucker said about him. Tucker did go, he's a weird gay kid in his mom's basement. And they had to take a part of the interview and go, I thought you were a Fed. I thought you were a Fed. And Tucker literally said, quote, sorry I called you gay, by the way.
Yeah. Sorry I called you gay, by the way. I don't think, you could say whatever you want about that. It wasn't a fluff piece for Nick because it wasn't like Tucker Carlson's like, oh, I believe your opinions and I really have been swayed to your way of thinking. No. He apologized for being a bit of a dick, and then he just let the guy talk. It was an interview.
Right. That's just it. It's like he had a guy on. He wanted to know what that guy thinks. That guy told him what he thinks, and then they said their goodbyes.
It's literally, in my opinion, no different than when Joe Rogan, or anyone else for that matter, has someone on, and that person shares what they think, and then that person, I don't assume maybe I'm weird. I don't assume the host automatically endorses the viewpoint of the person on the show just because they don't fervently debate it.
I'm just waiting to see the explosion. Remember all these people that defended Joe, like the Ben Shapiros of the world and everyone else who defended Joe during COVID and defended Joe when he was having Trump on and everything else. I'm just waiting for the day where Rogan picks up the phone and goes, time to have Fuentes on.
Time to have a lot of people are talking about this Nick Fuentes.
And then watching all of these old conservatives, the old guard of conservatism, totally turn on Joe Rogan. Oh, by the way, Rogan had Elon Musk on his show. I'm tired of watching Elon Musk getting his fucking cock sucked every show he goes on. I am really tired of Elon Musk. I mean, first of all, the guy's an autistic retard. I don't want this guy anywhere near public policy. I don't want this guy anywhere near government. He's just a dip. He's
got a whole space program, so he wants to be near government.
He's an autist who played with rockets too much. He got corporate welfare, and then he, didn't run the car off the road. I mean, I've never seen a guy build more wealth off of government subsidies. I guess that's big. But he was on Rogan, and I swear to God, I listened to about 20 minutes of it. And I'm like, this guy, I hope nobody's following him.
I can't stand to listen to him talk. I'll say that.
Yeah. Coltrane with $1 says all of those tools Aaron has still have April's fingerprints on them. Hold on a minute. Hold on. I'm wiping off the. Oh, that just kind of looked like I was jacking it off. Sorry about that. There, now I got all those damn dusty white powdery fingerprints off my drill. Guys, let's get moving. Johnny, we're hitting that spot that we always hit.
Yeah, that little rough patch.
It happens. Let's get some big donos in here, some big subs, some, as they say on Keno Casino, big support. Let's get some big support in there and break the schneid here. We had them expend so much energy getting us down to 200 by 8:30 that we need to give them a break. So let's get some of those big drops in there. Let's get to 100 by 9:30. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Otherwise, we're going to need like Steven or Walter to come by, one of our fake dono guys, and drop a hundo on the toe. I mean, who else? There's Eccentric Sea Wizard. There's Stephanie. We need one of our, we might use one of our fake accounts to give us a fake dono.
To get us to push that boost.
Yeah, to give us that little boost that we need. 2 hundo away from today. Thank you very, very much. Scouse Ghost says, Aaron, this is the best lollipop sucking video ever. I'm
immediately skeptical. Why do we need a lollipop sucking video?
Why do you think that I would want to watch a lollipop All right, I'll bite. I'm going to watch this first.
Right. Yeah, no,
before
just
I
put it up on
put
the
it
screen. What's the worst
up on
that
the
could
video?
happen?
Yeah, before I put it up on the.
You want some of my
All right, here we go. We can play this. We can. Scouse Ghost, you're new to the show, but I think you already get it, and that's why I love the guy. So, what do you think, Johnny? You thinking kind of sexy, right? Those lips are sucking on a lollipop. That looks nice. I bet you when they zoom out, it'll be a hottie.
You want some of my lollipop? You want some of my lollipop?
It's fucking stupid. Although I will say this, Jake Hudson looks great. He's doing very, very well. Look at that. Lab Glass with 5 gifted memberships over on Rumble. Thank you, buddy.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
That's how we do it. That's what we call jumpstarting the steel toe economy. Not only does that get us down to 175 for today, but we're now also just 100 gifted memberships away from 400. So those numbers, they're starting to go up. They're starting to go back to where they were. One Head Rex, Cockdiff, Angelica's Doll, who missed me greatly, Mad Max Mardigan, and Hurts to Pee. I love that name. All getting memberships. Thank you very, very much. Scouse Ghost goes, told you. Yes, no, you were right. That was
good. That was good. Very good.
Kmart Ready says, if you do get a fake donation, please use my name. You got it, buddy. Any fake donos that come in via PayPal or Venmo, we're going to make Kmart Ready. So if you're one of our fake donos that likes to chip in, please say it's Kmart Ready, and we can put him up in the top 5.
There you go.
I would like to see that. 175 away from today's goal. Keep that vibe going. We appreciate it. Now, where does that put... Was that really the first contribution from Lab Glass this week? I thought for sure Lab Glass had gone in earlier. I might be thinking a TDR shit show. I confuse them a lot. Sorry if you hate each other, but I do get you confused. My bad. Mad Move says, Aaron, any comments on the Mersh Ralph shit last night? You know I don't discuss any drama on this show unless it's happening in my life.
Right. Do you follow it, though?
I don't know what happened with Mersh and Ralph last night, but I do know how much do I divulge here? Because I was going to hold this till tomorrow. I won't divulge anything that'll fuck over Ralph. How's that?
Okay.
I did have a conversation with Ethan Ralph. And Ethan Ralph and I buried the hatchet from our history. Now, I am not going to work with Ethan Ralph. I'm not going to say ever, but at least right now, I'm not going to work with Ethan Ralph. I'm not going to work with anybody that may have contributed in any way to my shit.
Just the shitstorm in general. Yeah, okay.
But I did talk to Ralph, and one thing we did clear up was his contempt of court charge, because Ralph decided to go in on me, and Ralph wrote to me about something else that we're not going to directly work together on. But he wrote to me and he said, well, you know what? Why don't I read them? That way I'm not embellishing.
Okay.
I'm not going to read anything that would betray his confidence or anything like that, because he did. I'll say this. Ethan Ralph pulled a dude move. Like, he pulled a man move. I still can't. Oh, we talked about wrestling for a little bit. Here we go. Jesus Christ, there's a lot here. I'm not going to read that part because that gives away something. I blamed you for me missing one visit with my son, which I sort of embellished because it was my contempt that did that, his contempt of court. Okay. Then he talks about someone else. Not going to talk about that. I think you know which one I consider worse. As a father yourself, I think you would agree. So I said, look, man, you never came and talked to me about what happened in court. They blamed me for you streaming my appearance. They already had your ass, but I just told them you and I were not friendly, because the thing about Ralph's contempt of court charge, it was at my original arraignment. They asked me about Ethan Ralph. They go, this guy, Ethan Ralph, streamed this court appearance. They were very upset about it. And they thought he was like on my side, and they were going to like use that against me. Like, they were going to make me part of Ethan Ralph's thing. And I said, Ethan Ralph and I are not friendly. He does not like me. He despises me. So they said, okay. They were already going to get Ethan Ralph for contempt of court before I said a word. But they were going to try and lump me in with it. And I was like, nope, I got enough shit on my plate. I said, you were fucked already for doing something stupid. I would never take anyone away from their kids, but I was just trying to get back to mine. And he said, you're right. I should have talked to you like a man, and I definitely broke the law, LOL. And then the rest is about this thing.
This thing that he's got going, right? Okay.
So I don't want to spill the beans on his thing. But then we just started talking about stuff. There's some other stuff that I don't want to talk about, that I don't want to betray his confidence on. But Ralph and I did talk. We did bury the hatchet. I did say, though, that at least for now, I don't think it's a good idea that we work together. He agreed. It wasn't like we had some fight about it. He's like, no, I think it's great. I think it's this. We agreed that now's not the time. But it's always nice to clear the air with people.
Okay.
You know?
So circling back to the Mersh Ralph stuff, do you even know anything about it? I don't even know what it is.
There is a thing where, like, this girl wanted to, like, this e-girl, I don't even think she was an e-girl. I think she was like a chat rat. She wanted to fuck Mersh.
Okay.
Mersh told her no. He said, and you know what? To Mersh's credit, he was very self-aware. He's like, I'm paraphrasing. He released the DMs. I'm human garbage. Whatever instinct you have that's causing you to do this, have it removed surgically from your body. Okay. So he was he was very clear to her. Well, she went and then fucked Ralph.
Okay.
But the thing is, like, somebody else was playing the pimp. Like, someone else was like pimping her out to these guys. And it's so fucking weird. It's so internety. I mean, I felt like I had to go to Whitney Center and play basketball because I just had to, like, go outside. So, like, Ralph fucked this girl. I don't know if they're together. I don't know what the deal is. I just know that there was a thing over some woman, like there always is. And now they're beefing.
That's a shame.
Mad Move says it is way past that shit now, Aaron. Mersh is now saying he is taking Ralph's kids and going to be the new dad figure and shit. Well, that just shows that you're out of content. That just shows that you can't do this as like an entertainer and be funny about it if you're saying you're going to take his kid. That's just a lowbrow dog shit move. But here's the deal. At least Mersh admits that he's bottom feeding and he's desperate to hang in this life and he will go anywhere and do anything. And he's kissing any ring he can, including... Like Mersh, there was a guy Mersh used to call a danger to children, and now he's bent the knee and kissed the ring because Nightwave was dying.
Oh.
And everybody's got a decision to make, and he made his. He made
Well,
his.
I hope he's happy with it. That's the best you can do. I hope you're happy.
So
with
yeah,
it.
I would rather stay on the sidelines for this.
Sounds good.
It ain't
I'm not
involved
involved at all, and I'm very happy about
it. Ain't got nothing to do with me. It's between those two, and as Dr. Kelso would say,
God awful bunch of malcontents. I hope you all kill each other.
I
hope you die.
I hope you die.
There you go. You know what both of them should say?
What?
I'm white. I'm white.
Yeah. That's where this should start and end.
That's where we leave it, boys.
Exactly. In my opinion, I think both of them.
So you're just crazy in a retard kind of way then, huh?
Yeah. Doyle Hargraves said it best. So yeah, I'm just glad I got to clear the air with Ralph. It was cool that he reached out. My instincts have gotten better over the last year or so, and I said it's just not a good idea for you and I to work together.
Yeah.
I'm not into the same shit he's into. I do a morning show. I do a morning zoo talk show. They do drama stuff. I'm not.
I can understand that. I've said that myself relatively recently.
Yeah. All right. Why? Who wanted to drag you into some shit?
I don't know specifically. People were telling me on my show that like Chad Zumach said he wanted me to be on his program.
Oh, that's where the money is. That's where the money is right there. World War Z.
I haven't been paying attention to anything Chad's doing. I don't know that it's necessarily the same. And it becomes a question of, all right, so what are we doing with my schedule? Because I'm already looking at taking the few little pockets of time I have and maybe finding a work from home job I can squeeze into those holes. But like after that, I'm either sacrificing my show or I'm sacrificing my time with my daughter. And considering that this move thing, while delayed, is definitely happening, I'm already going to lose time with my child because of the distance thing. I'm not itching to sacrifice time with my daughter right now. Like, I'm like, no, I kind of like, I like having my nights of like daddy-daughter time. My birthday, I got a really nice hand-drawn poster of Daddy and Ivy on the couch watching movies, eating popcorn. And I'm just like, I like... It's in the kitchen by my little mini fridge. I get teary when I look at it and think about that won't be a nightly thing anymore.
I get that. I understand. I will tell you this, though. As a father, unfortunately, sometimes in order to better our position and thus our child's position, we do have to sacrifice.
We have to make those. Right.
Yeah.
No, I'm completely with that. It's not stopping me from anything. It's just like I said. So I'm saying, I already know that there's going to be a daddy-daughter time cut coming in the future. And
well, how about some Johnny Digger time cut? To make that
time
sacrifice.
is literally just to do someone else's show? That wouldn't be a
no,
problem.
not to do someone else's show, to do like some kind of phone thing, some job thing.
Oh, yeah, that wouldn't be a problem at all. Digger time doesn't include that. Like Digger time fills the void if I'm not otherwise busy. That's the same. If she's got stuff going on, she doesn't like put it or postpone it to talk to me. We just fill our empty time talking to each other.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense then.
It's very flexible.
Mad Move says, oh, where'd that go? Now I'm missing the chat. Oh, wait, I got to go way back in the chat. Mad Move says, if Mersh offers to bury the hatchet, you taking both offers. I don't have any hatchet to bury with Mersh. I don't.
Yeah.
We don't have any involvement. I mean, outside of him having his truck repossessed and needing money, Mersh and I have never been directly involved with each other. You have to understand, every single one of these steel toe people, outside of maybe two guys, I don't have any connection with. They needed me. I never needed them. I never used them. Nothing. I'll take little pot shots here and there because I'm funnier than they are, but like,
they do the same back. It's kind of the game.
They've always kind of needed me. There's no hatchet to bury with Mersh because I don't take anything Mersh has done personal because I know it's just been for money because he needs Nightwave to stay afloat. So you can only do so much Jack Scalafani, All right, we got to continue on here. What are we, 175 away from today?
Yes,
Now,
sir.
remember, if you are one of our fake donors, I need you to make your donation from Kmart Ready so we can get Kmart Ready in the top 5. So if any of our fake donors like Steven, Walter, Stephanie, any of those, I'm sorry if I'm missing anybody, make sure you make your contribution in the name of Kmart Ready because I want to get them up there. Let's go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. I got a little Minnesota story for us.
Ooh, what did Minnesota do?
Well, today we get the big election where we find out if there's
Right.
going to be a Somali mayor of Minneapolis. But this is a little different Minneapolis story. This kind of gives you the boots on the ground view of what it's like in Minneapolis, the most beautiful, magnetic city in Minnesota. We have a story about a serial squatter who's just fuck off. I'm not leaving. Now, she's probably going to go vote for Omar Feta today because Omar Feta is probably just going to let her stay in the joint rent free.
Okay, well, whose joint is it? This is always the fun part. Like, squatters, great, but there's somebody who actually owns that property. So who are we affecting?
Don't worry. Once Omar Feta's mayor and we start beheading landlords.
Is that a promise he was made?
Well, I read between the lines,
That seems like, even for Minnesota, seems like a reach.
Yeah, he's doing it in a Minnesota nice kind of a way. He's like, you don't really want those heads anyway. They're gross and Jewish. His words, not mine. Let's go ahead and check out this story from Fox 9. Squatters, everyone's favorite.
Stuck living with a squatter who will not leave her house.
This is quite a story. We've uncovered evidence that the person is a potential
I'm sorry. This might be one where I go back to pausing a lot. Look at Randy Shaver's physical mannerisms after he's done talking. I would love just once in a while letting these news people go off script and say whatever they're thinking while the other person's talking. So when Randy Shaver is shaking his head back and forth saying, worthless welfare recipient scumbags, fuck them all to death. And she's like,
Stop living with a squatter.
I was just going to say he's going to look and
leave her house.
Watch this.
This is quite a story. We've uncovered evidence that the person is a potential serial squatter, and she's made herself at home in rental.
Serial squatter? That's going to ruin the whole box of Fruity Pebbles. Sorry. It's 175 away from the goal, probably for a reason after that one, I think.
Bum.
Around Minnesota and Wisconsin over the last few years. Fox 9's Cornhoggard is live.
All right, Cornhogger's back. I love Cornhogger. By the way, every time they put Cornhogger in Minneapolis for some kind of fucked up story, why is it Minneapolis always looks the same? Like it's always the same neighborhood, some dog shit 700 square foot house that looks like there's no hope.
He just has one spot he films in.
Right. Is that just Minneapolis now?
I don't know. I haven't been around Minneapolis. I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't heard good things.
Latest place in Corn, you confronted her today. So what happened?
Well, I got stabbed, Mika.
Yeah, Kelsey and Randy, she has lived right here since May. She hasn't paid since the first 2 weeks, but the homeowner cannot just kick her out, can't lock her out because this is now a landlord-tenant situation, so it has to go to the courts.
Yeah, so the thing with squatting in some states, and especially Minnesota, is that kicking someone out of your apartment for not paying is not a criminal proceeding. The cops can't do anything.
Right.
It's a civil matter. So you have to go through civil court. And going through civil court can take
forever.
Oh, yeah. So you cannot, as a landlord, as she's subletting from this guy, and she gets mail there, so it's her established domicile.
Residence.
You cannot kick her out because now you're a landlord who's kicking out some poor down on their luck person and they get to stay there. The problem is this guy lives there. The place is his.
Just kind of sidled her
or
way
hers.
in.
Sorry. She dresses up her dog. I hope the squatter stays there forever and burns the house down. Forget it. I was really ready to be on her side, but she's got her foo-foo dog in a sweater.
In a pumpkin thing.
Aaron, didn't you let Gordy wear some kind of costume for Halloween? Nope. Not at all.
And
Gay only goes so far with me, whether you believe that or not.
honestly, I dropped the ball. I didn't vet her.
Michelle Caravello had dream experiences finding traveling nurses and short-term renters for 3 years. Then Tess Schmidt came for what was supposed to be a 2-week stay.
2 weeks go by and she's not ready to leave. 2 more weeks go by and somebody else is supposed to come. They have a lease. And she's still sitting on my sofa when they arrive.
See, now I think the first mistake she made, and I always try to blame the victim, the mistake she made is why would you accept a 2-week stay from anybody?
Why would you have someone coming and living in your house with you if you don't know them?
That too, but 2 weeks? It's either got to be a 1-year lease type of a thing. where you got first month's last month damage deposit, or you got to do something else, because 2 weeks is like you're inviting trouble at that point. I mean, what kind of person needs a place to live for just 2 weeks?
I don't know. Someone maybe getting established in the area. They need to look at rent places. Maybe?
And you're going to get established in 2 weeks and be ready to move on?
I don't know, man. It seems hinky. Like I said, she lost me at like, oh, I've got random people that are moving in to stay with me at times.
Yeah.
And it's, it's nurses, it's doctors, it's whatever. But it's a bad idea. And this was bound to happen.
Or when I told her she had to leave, she said, you can say that all you want, but it doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Tess Schmidt, or Contessa Schmidt, or Contessa von Schmidt, is frequently an unwelcome guest at short-term rentals, as she was last year at Susan Clark's St. Paul home.
And again, you would say, then why do people keep doing this? It's because she has no record, because it's not a criminal matter. It's not a crime to squat. Believe it or not, it is not a crime to be a squatter. I mean, if you squat and take a shit in public, that is highly illegal.
That's actually a crime. I'm like, I feel like if you squat, you're in trouble.
It's the taking a shit part that's a crime, not the squatting.
And when it came to September 19th, she wouldn't leave. And I called the police on her.
Can't do anything.
And they said they couldn't do anything.
Police are often helpless in these situations without an unlawful detainee.
Well, yeah, especially since she'll eat them. It's a big one.
Court eviction notice. The process can take weeks or months, and they're not filed in every case, but we found 9 eviction cases against Schmidt in 4 states.
Look at her. She started in Michigan. She got to Wisconsin. She went down to Iowa, and now she's been knocking Minnesota dead.
There's a lot of hits in the central Minnesota Twin Cities area.
She really hit up the metro area pretty good.
In one of the court filings, an attorney says he found at least 10 victims in 6 states. Law enforcement has removed her from at least one Wisconsin home, but she's done the same thing again at least 3 places since.
But she needs to be stopped. She's hurting people.
Well, I hope you go vote today. I hope that lady shows up at the polls and she ain't casting a vote for Feta. This is my problem with Minneapolis in general. You'll get so many people like this.
Where they're unhappy about this stuff, but they have no idea how their policies and practices invited this problem in.
It'll be like, well, are you going to vote for a Republican this time? No, they're gross. Well, guess who the landlord party is, sweetheart? Republicans are the landlord party. Now,
I don't want some authoritarian who's going to give the police more power. I just want the police to come here and evict this lady and stop her from hurting people. Right, but in order to do that, you have to give the police more power.
I would be so happy if she's got a Omar Feta sign in her front yard. It would be too perfect.
Schmidt sidled back into Caravello's house during our interview, so I confronted her about her squatting history. 10 people in 6 states say you've squatted in their houses. You have repeated UD orders from people in Minnesota, Wisconsin, all over the country.
I'm not going to answer this. I travel a lot, and every so often the numbers you're going to run into issues.
See, that's the other thing with all these squatters is you think you can shame them. You think you can publicly
They don't have
them.
shame.
None. They don't have a lick of shame, and they will just keep doing this. It is, I will give her this. It is amazing what people can do once they abandon dignity.
Right. When there is no line too far, you can accomplish amazing things.
You can live rent-free for months, maybe up to a year, if you just don't give a shit who you're making uncomfortable or who you're treading on.
You can solve a lot of problems if you just keep throwing bodies at it until it's done.
And I talked to 5 of those victims who each say they spent more than $1,000, some of them up to $8,000, trying to get rid of Schmidt. Also talked to an attorney who said the best way to avoid a situation like this is to use a reputable site like Airbnb that can actually ban someone who does something like this. But if someone slips through the cracks, he said, file for eviction as soon as you can.
Because it's going to take a long ass time.
It's going to be a while.
Feel bad for these people, but the rules need to get changed. There are some states where where squatting is a crime.
But that's where it gets touchy, though. How do you define squatting? We have, because then the flip side to this is somebody being in your house and like paying you to rent there for a couple weeks, and you being like, I want them gone. They're squatting. I just kick them out.
Yeah,
that is a dangerous risk that you run.
Numero uno Josh Denny fan said Kevin Brennan has said in the last week he'd like to have Johnny on purely to talk about him. No prying into the toe. I want to say this publicly. I fully endorse Johnny going on Misery Loves Company. And I will say this. Kevin Brennan is a nice man. Kevin Brennan is a fair man. He's an honest man. Kevin Brennan pays well to go on his show. He treats his guests right. I think you'd be in good hands with Kevin Brennan. I have never had an interaction with Kevin Brennan that was based on, him needing or wanting something from me. He's offered me to be on the show. And when I've said, no, I can't do it, I would rather not. He's still been very gracious. He's been very nice. Kevin Brennan is, he's a solid dude.
I'm remarkably boring. I don't know what there is to talk about me.
He'll pay you.
It depends on the times. And I don't know that I want to do anyone else's show. I'm trying to get like serious life stuff figured out.
I'm getting it's a little frustrating to you talk about the money thing, and it's like you go, hey, here's this money opportunity, and I keep hearing no.
I've had bad experiences with people asking me to come on their show,
and I'm telling you that Kevin Brennan's one of the good ones. And it would be interesting because he'd ask you a lot about about your life. I'm sure it's probably an interview you've done 100 times before. And he probably wants to know about MS and how you got involved in the broadcasting stuff and comedy. Kevin, also a very accomplished stand-up. I bet you Kevin could give you some tips on joke writing and shit like that. I'm not saying you have to do it. No. I'm just saying don't turn it down because you think Kevin's going to ambush you, because I can promise you he won't. He will talk to you beforehand. He will treat you fair.
I'm not turning it down because I think Kevin's going to ambush me. I'm literally saying, like, what time does this fit in? I'm asking questions. What time does this fit in?
Well, he does his show at 3 to 5 usually.
So I'd have to cut one of mine short. That's not impossible.
Yeah.
It'd have to be later in the week because, like, I'm getting burnt out from doing this one, then mine. So if I did this one, then mine, then his, then that's stacking 3 in the way that gets rough.
You're going to make at least a couple $100.
I'm not opposed. And here's the thing. I don't even think that it'll be Kevin thing. I think steel toe. Like my biggest concern is like an audience, like people using that audience platform, and Kevin's just asking the questions his audience pays for.
His audience.
Like I said, it's one of those things. I gotten burned before. That's the best way to say it.
His audience will ask steel toe questions, but just answer them honestly. And the more super chats come in, the more you get paid. Like Kevin's a good dude. He gives you a cut of the action.
All right. It's worth hearing him out.
I've been on that. I don't want to say the number because I don't want to get Kevin in trouble with any of his other guests. When Chad and I did what I think is the most famous episode of MLC of all time, or at least in the top 2 or 3, certainly of the YouTube era, it's the most memorable MLC of all time. It was supposed to be just Chad and I. That was the angle already. Chad and Aaron for the first time ever. And I felt like Chad and I made some progress. Got to talk to Florentine again for the first time since I performed with him 6 years ago. But it was also the time we found out that April had been arrested. So it became like this crazy show. And Kevin paid me very healthy sum for that episode. So I'm saying this. You don't have to do it. But
I'm interested. But
anything you're worried about, I endorse Kevin's ability to treat you properly.
I'm not worried about Kevin mistreating me.
Okay,
I guess is the way to word it.
Approachable says, "Yeah, Johnny, listen to Aaron. He's been on all kinds of great shows. Just look at the now, Aaron. Stay in your own fucking lane. I'm only saying it from a financial perspective because Johnny's been talking about."
He's not wrong about that. Today. I need the money. I've got 3 avenues I'm looking at solving the whole housing situation. One way or another, hopefully having one of the options might be having my own place in a little while here, but that requires paying
I
off
told
a car
you you're not going to push
stuff.
me out, you son of a bitch.
What are you talking about?
I'm joking.
No, that's come squat in your house.
Yeah,
no,
exactly. Kicking me out.
No, I'm looking at some interesting housing options. This whole like waiting for the government to be able to get back to me stuff has caused me to look into other options. So I'm not against making some money.
Did you hear, and I think we were going to talk about this today, did you hear you're totally getting fucked over on the helping people with MS service that the Somalis ripped us off on? They're ending it.
Yeah, I've heard that.
They're ending that service because the Somalis stole so much fucking money that now nobody gets the help.
That's awesome. I'm not surprised. And another reason why, like I said, I have been looking at making more money. So, I guess johnny.justkidding@gmail.com. Like we can, or I guess find another way to message me.
Los Federales says, Aaron, need the opinion of a skilled boxer. Does he have quick hands and skill, or is it just a lucky shot? Ooh, let's take a look. Hey, boys and girls, we are 3 minutes away from falling behind. Shit happens. What are you going to do about it? 175 away from today's goal. Let's get a rally going. Let's see if we can get some of those fake last-minute donos in there. Those are good. I like fake donos, especially like $100 or $50 fake donos. Those are awesome. Those make me big time smile. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Peaking in the 600s today, but now still in the 5s. Thank you very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Where did the quick hand? Where's the? I'm not seeing. Oh, there's the link.
The quick hands video didn't put the link in the chat.
Here it is. Does this guy have? So what did he say? Does he have quick hands or a lucky shot?
Okay.
A young white man is going viral after dealing with an immigrant who was harassing the passengers on the train he was riding. Okay.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Do you speak English? Oh, yeah. Oh, jump. Хорошо.
Kumail Nanjiani really is being obnoxious in this video. I'm really fucking tired of him just thinking he can do whatever he wants because he was in Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. By the way, that was the movie that made me not hate Kumail Nanjiani anymore.
Frozen Empire?
I thought he was good in that.
I have yet to see it. I've been worried.
It's not bad. It's better than the Afterlife.
It's better than because I did not see Afterlife, but I heard enough to go, I don't want to fuck.
I got to see Paul Rudd as a Ghostbuster, and that made me happy.
Okay.
You know? Oh, shit. No, that guy has some boxing training. Those were not in the streets punches. Those were in the gym punches. Those short anytime you see a guy throw short, compact shots, he's had some training because everybody who's never trained doesn't know how to throw a punch. You always see them try to like load up with their arms.
Really lean in.
Yeah, you see them load up with their arms and swing kind of like that. Anytime you see a guy throw him from like real tight in his body and just turn at the hips and the legs, that's a guy who's learned how to properly throw a punch.
He's practiced a couple of times.
Yeah, so that guy legit has fast hands.
I just think I'm getting eye fucked like that. I don't move in close like this.
Yeah, and he tried to follow it up with the left hook. You see it. He gave him a 1-2-3. Like that was a disciplined combination. But the guy was already down after the right hand, but he tried to give him the follow-up left hook.
He is out.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, no, that does not seem like your average Joe Schmo with a lucky shot.
No, that guy definitely, if you're asking me the question, does he have quick hands or was that a lucky shot? Motherfucker's got quick hands.
The death stare, again. Why do we lean in? That guy looked like he wanted to murder somebody. Don't go closer.
Red's Mild Adventures says, all right, this sucks. Someone put a lit firecracker up their ass now. Well, lit firecrackers come in the form of contributions to the program. That's what makes us dance. We're 175 away. We've got to make that 175 in 1 hour to hit today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's get it knocked out. We've been very, very lackadaisical on talking about the goal today, and I'm happy we did that. Like, there's part of me that's like, if we miss, we miss, because I'm kind of liking how low-key we've been on the goal today. If that makes any sense. So, like, let me be very clear. I want to knock the fucker out. I want to knock the fucker out every goddamn day. And I think we've deserved it today with a solid show. But I really like the fact that that it hasn't bummed us out or gotten us down today. All right, before we get into this next hour's worth of stories and we count all of your gifted memberships, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, we're 100 away from 400 on Rumble. Then, before we do that, let's talk about our paying friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Midland Armory, Derek and Tracy, everything you need to know about what you need for home protection, personal carry, hunting, whatever it is. They're going to be able to answer your questions. They're going to be able to get solve your curiosity and get you exactly what it is you're looking for, whether you knew you were looking for it or not. That's the best service there is for the customer at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. They also have knives, optics, hunting gear, all kinds of stuff. They handle the suppressor process from start to finish. So go there today at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, or go right now and visit their selection at midlandarmory.com. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for our buddies at All Care Towing. Of course, with All Care, whether you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, however your car stalls out, nobody is quicker getting to you, and I know this from experience, than Tim and the team at All Care Towing. So put the number in your phone. It's getting cold in Minnesota. It's getting dark earlier in Minnesota. You might need All Care, and that number is a great security and peace of mind to have. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. That's All Care Towing. And Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Viking specials every Sunday. We're going to follow up that big win against the Lions with a huge win against the Ravens. And I want you to see it at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. That's Stoney's right there on Broadway. 250 cans on Thursdays. Live music every single weekend on the Fireball stage and the best Bloody Marys in town. Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Featured right on Broadway. Visit Stoney's today. Okay, this is peak. What should we call this? This is peak wokeness. This is the woke civil war into hyperdrive. You know, we talked about the Republican Civil War, about Israel and all that shit.
Yeah, with the Ben Shapiro. Yeah, right. So this is the woke Civil War?
This is a trans woman scolding someone wearing a Native American costume for Halloween for appropriating culture.
Yeah, this is pretty fucked up, isn't it? Well, so I'm guessing, where did this happen?
San Diego.
Oh, that makes sense.
It's happened in California. So this gem of a guy or girl or what, I don't know. I don't know. Is looking like this and is now going to press this person dressed as a Native American for culturally appropriating their costume. Now, if this person is doing this as a bit, it's hilarious.
I just feel like I don't know if I criticize anybody else's costume when I go out dressed in streetwalker chic.
Right. With that killer beard and chin strap there.
Right.
That you got going on. And those big, broad, husky shoulders that even I'm jealous of. So Hassan Piker, dressed in drag, goes out to scold this person wearing a Native American costume. Peak lack of self-awareness.
She's dressed as a Native American.
Are you trans? Is that a costume or is that how you are?
Yes, you look. What? Wait a minute. Was that a trick question?
Yeah. Do I look trans? Yes.
Yes.
You look like someone who would say that they identify as a woman.
You look like definition of trans. See this photo. So yes, are you trans? Do I look trans? Don't be cagey with me, lady, sir. I'm not going to sit here and play your little rhetorical games. Yes, you look trans. Now spill. So either way, this is retarded because if he's dressed as a chick for Halloween, then you have no leg. You have no leg to stand on criticizing someone wearing a Native American costume because you're appropriating something too. if you are trans and you are criticizing this person for appropriating, it's even more juicy and more delicious because you have no idea what a fucking idiot you are. And that's great too.
She's dressed as a Native American.
Are you trans? Is that a costume or is that how you are? Huh?
Do I look trans?
A little bit.
You look trans.
That's a great answer.
A little bit.
Little bit.
Little bit.
Not going to lie.
Just a scotch.
You're looking a little trans today. You know, try saying that to one of your buddies. You know,
maybe it's the fishnet halter top cupping your man boobs. I don't know.
It might be that. It might be the tampon string hanging out of your skirt. I'm not really sure. Might be the clear purse. I don't know. One thing's for sure, you eat like a dude. What a messy, sloppy eater.
Right?
That is not how a dainty lady eats. As Doug Stanhope's mother once said, there's time to be dainty and there's times to be a pig. I guess you woke up today and chose violence against that calzone. So, are you trans? Do I look trans? A little bit.
Is that how you are? Huh?
Do I look trans?
A little bit.
You look trans.
But it's also Halloween. I look trans?
Why don't you just mind your own business? I'm not even talking to you. I don't give a fuck.
You're offended? You're offended, but you're dressed up like a girl.
I kind of like this guy's balls.
Where he's just like, yeah. So what? What? Who gives a shit?
I shouldn't have said I like this guy's balls. That's going to get clipped.
Yeah, that's not going to go well.
But I kind of like the chutzpah on this guy because they're like, wait, you're dressed up as a woman. He's like, yeah, that's okay. And then right back into criticizing the Native American uniform. This like how funny this is commensurate to how far away from your house it is. Like if this were happening at Crossroads Mall in St. Cloud, I'd be going, oh shit, what the fuck? What the hell is going on? It's over. But it's happening in San Diego, so I can go, haha, this is great.
Offended, but you're dressed up like a girl.
That's, I have a beard.
Do girls have beards?
Well,
that's the thing. We don't fucking know anymore, dude.
With where we're located and how you're dressed. But again, if that's your costume, then thank you for giving a shit about hers.
Do girls have beards? You know what? I've answered that question wrong so many times in the last few years, convinced I was right, that I don't know what the answer is anymore. Thank you, Matthew Q, for the $2 on PayPal. We need to make a run, boys and girls.
They take hormones and shit. They get them.
Yeah, you said it. Now you can get the fuck out of here. She can talk for herself too, right? She could.
No, she can't. She speaks Navajo. What if she really is Native American? She just doesn't understand. Look at that. He's making her cry. Like she's all sad.
It's so
now.
mean.
She was so happy.
I don't know. I don't give a shit what he thinks, ma'am. He's dressed like a...
She has her Native American costume on. She looks adorable. She's got her little frappe latte macchino. She's feeling sexy today, and this guy's got to come in. This crazy guy dressed as a chick has to come in and fuck it all up. Kick this guy in his cunt.
I will just fucking walk down the street.
I will just walk out into the street. Yeah, it actually sounds great for everybody.
Well, given that outfit, it looks like that's your usual place of employment, so that makes sense.
Street walking doesn't seem that off-brand for you, if we're being totally honest with one another. Baba Shab says she's actually afraid. Well, I mean, thank God that somebody stuck up for her. You know, because her costume was great.
Her costume looked nice. It was certainly very elaborate.
She looked really, I mean, she did a really good job on that Indian costume. She should be really proud of it. And here comes fucking trans Piker in there to try to take away all of her joy. Somebody wrote something in the chat that I scrolled past. I thought it was great. They said he's dressed as J. Edgar Hoover.
Oh.
Did you know that J. Edgar Hoover liked to dress as a lady and get butt fucked?
I don't know. I did not know about the second part. I was very well aware of the first. I think I watched, was it the biopic with Leonardo DiCaprio or whatever? But yeah, I did not know about the butt effing part.
Yeah. He liked to get butt fucked dressed as a lady. I don't know about the butt fucking part either, but he's been dead for a long time and everyone hates him, so I'm just going to say that about him.
So we're allowed to just,
Yeah.
spread that.
He killed Martin Luther King.
Is that part now? Is that proven true?
That's what I believe.
Like the FBI and everything was in on it or something. I know
That's what I believe. Also,
they
he
had a
helped the
grudge.
CIA murder Kennedy.
Huh. Now that one I would believe, but I could have swore he was still alive then.
Oh yeah, J. Edgar Hoover was. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think J. Edgar Hoover led the FBI till the 80s.
I totally believe he was involved in Kennedy's thing.
Leave the FBI. J. Edgar Hoover left the FBI in 1972. Okay, so I was a little off. But yeah, he was in there when he was in there when Kennedy got shot in 63. Easy.
All right. Well then.
Veldrain with $1 says, "You see this? It means not welcome at my 7-Eleven." Phil Herslet says, "Johnny, did Aaron pay you for October yet?" Johnny?
Yes, he did.
I did forget
I
yesterday.
actually- I
I
forgot
sent
to
it right
check, and
before the show today.
Yeah, I forgot to check this morning, and I went and looked this morning. I was like, oh yeah, you did.
I sent it before the show today because I remember I said by the time we're on the air tomorrow, I will have paid you. And I
Right.
woke up this morning and one of the first things I thought outside of I should squeeze my girlfriend's tits. After that, I thought, and I should pay Johnny.
Well, I'm glad I'm that high on the list. It's nice to know where you stand.
I think I have good priorities, to be honest.
I can't complain. They've certainly worked for me thus far.
But yes, I did keep my promise. You were paid.
I was paid.
By the beginning of today's show. Even though we're not getting paid today, 175 away from the goal. I'm going to say this. I think we're going to need some of those fake donos to give us a boost.
We might. We're getting close on the time here.
Yeah, if we don't see those fake donos, it's going to be the first loss for the toe in quite some time, which would suck a fat barrel of dicks, but we'll survive. But, you know, I'm a competitive guy. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We need those fake donos. Go ahead and throw them in. How about big membership drops? Big member. Okay, I really walk into those, don't I?
Yeah, you kind of set yourself. It's like a pitchfork. You keep stepping on the tines.
Big membership drops there on Rumble and YouTube. Chad Buzmak says, clip posted to X as requested. Oh, boy. Hey, good to see Epic Dance Party in the chat again.
Nice to see you.
I miss old Epic Dance Party. Let's take a look at what Chad Buzmak put up there for a clip on Twitter. Now, I don't believe I requested a clip. As a matter of fact, I believe I said something was going to get clipped, and I would rather it didn't.
Okay.
I believe was the implication, but I have a feeling that's not what Chad Buzmak.
That's not what's going to happen here?
Yeah, I feel like he didn't hear it. Chad Buzmak says, clip as requested by Aaron Imholt. Jail has changed the toe, not by much, but a bit. All right. Well, it just happened, so I have a feeling it's going to be the balls thing. I'm going to say it's probably the balls.
You're offended, but you're dressed up like a girl.
I kind of like this guy's balls.
Yeah, we saw that. We saw that coming.
Oh, no. I can't really blame Chad Buzmak for that one. I mean, that's like I hung a pork chop around my neck, and what was the dog supposed to do? Not go for it?
Not get hungry and go for it? Yeah.
Yeah. That one was on me, for sure. 09 Canyon says, Aaron likes to squeeze SP's tits so much, he now keeps them in a box under his bed so he can squeeze them whenever the fancy strikes. See, now that makes me sound like a serial killer. You have to forgive me for my inability to control myself when it comes to squeezing my girlfriend's tits. I went years without tits.
Would you call it a self-imposed famine?
Yeah, I had an embargo against tits for years. And now I got some tits.
So would you say nice, you overcorrected or you landed?
No, I landed right where God wanted me to be.
Between a beautiful pair of tits.
Between a beautiful set of fucking tits. You know, my tits to me were like Cuba having a communist revolution. I had to have an embargo for a while, but goddamn, did I miss smoking those cigars? So I had to end the embargo.
Okay.
Epic Dance Party says, I'm always here. I'm just too busy with my kids to chat most of the time. Oh, so your kids are more important than my show.
Way to go.
Fucking
Actually,
cool,
that's
dude.
Probably good.
Oh, is it? I don't think we're going to clear
It seems like a
I don't think we're going to clear a 175 goal today telling people that they should spend time with their children instead of donating to the toe.
Well, I didn't say that. I just said paying attention.
How do you see $175 in 45 minutes if we don't tell people if we don't tell people to neglect their kids and give us money? Please.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a better way. If you have one. That's what I thought.
No, I must admit, I must abdicate. Yes, I don't have a better idea.
I have terrible news to break to you.
Shit. Fuck, what?
Poly Market, that is not how I look for relationships, by the way. Poly Market has Jacob Fry with a 75% chance of winning the mayoral election in Minneapolis. Sorry, Omar Feta.
I don't know how much I trust that, though, with the whole, remember during the primary, because didn't Feta try to out-primary him, and the machine suddenly got hinky and the
Yeah,
votes
the
changed?
machines failed. And here's how you know the machines failed. The Somali guy won. That's how you know the machines failed. They also say that Mamdani has a 92% chance of winning in New York. Yeah, New York City, unless something really corrupt happens really, really soon, you guys are getting...
You're getting Mamdani.
Like
I said, I'm all for these small scale. We're going to come in and do this socialist thing that we keep saying is going to be so star-spangled awesome. And I'm like, all right, and let's see your city not turn into Detroit from RoboCop. Go.
Well, I also could tell that Mamdani was going to win and that he had the support of New York when Saturday Night Live wouldn't make fun of him. Like they had Shane Gillis playing Curtis Sliwa. They had some other asshole playing Cuomo. And they had another guy playing Eric Adams. And they made fun of all those guys. They were all getting ripped on. And they kind of were a real soft touch on Mamdani.
Oh.
The big joke was nobody could pronounce his name. That was it. They left him alone. And I was like, oh, he's going to win. That guy's
so they're gonna. So what? They're kind of not S in the D, but certainly not doing anything to offend him.
I think the people who write for Saturday Night Live like Mamdani. For sure.
Okay.
Joey Caravello with $2. Thank you guys. Rallying up. Appreciate it. Joey Caravello says, would you suck on Johnny's mama's titties? No, that's disgusting. No offense to Johnny's mom, but no. Lab Glass with $5 says, lies. You've always had and will have tatas. No, I'm not talking about myself.
He's talking about an insignificant other.
You know,
he likes some peaks and valleys. And
I'm going to tell you this right now. People act like I can't be hurt. You know?
He's going to get done with this show. He's going to go in the bathroom, just look down, and you guys did this to me.
Look, I'm 170 away from today's goal. I'm already going to go in the bathroom, look at the mirror, and go, you've always been a phony. You've always been an imposter. None of this was real, and they were going to catch on at some point. So go fuck yourself. You only have yourself to blame, you rotten cunt.
That seems like a lot. Did we just unburden?
Yeah, I feel better.
Oh, good.
See, now what's going to suck is if we do hit the goal, now I just said that for nothing.
Or did that be what hit the goal? You never know.
Veldrain with maybe they like self-awareness. They're like, you know what, Aaron? Now you're getting it. Veldrain with $5 says that wasn't very nice, Aaron. And if that person were here, that would not have gone over their head because nothing makes it over that 5 head. And see, now that's mean. That's bullying. I was just making a funny. That seemed personal.
It seemed directed.
That seemed
it's not okay.
That seemed directed. That really. Hobo Chili Recipe says it's a shame that Johnny's mom's tits got caught in the spokes of her wheelchair. That's.
My mom doesn't have a wheelchair. I do. I thought, were we confusing?
Yeah,
who the cripple
Hobo.
in my family
you
was
fucking idiot. God, why are you so stupid? Learn how to make fun of people with disabilities, you fucking ape.
It's not like you can, well, I suppose you probably can catch some some issues that cause disabilities. But it's not like it's like, oh no, I'm handicapped like everybody on my mother's side. We're wheelchair bound. Like that's not how that goes. My daughter isn't. My daughter has 2 very functional legs and runs like the Dickens. I don't understand the whole like mom wheelchair spokes thing. Just seems.
A family that cripples together stays together. That's the old saying, though.
Well, that's because you can't get away from each other at that speed.
Right. Yeah, so your mom is not in a wheelchair?
Nope, fully able-bodied.
Is she dead?
No.
Oh, I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean to say that in an upward inflection. I have no investment in your mother's survival. But
last I met, you guys have never met, so or last I remember. So I don't know why you'd be so excited if she were.
Is this forgivable on Hobo's part? He says, I thought that was the family business was being crippled. Can you forgive him for that? Thinking that?
Well, I could forgive him for thinking that. I just don't know who's ever made it a family business to be crippled. That seems weird.
I think the closest I can think of is the Little Family, Big World people.
Okay.
That's kind of a handicap.
Well, in a way, yeah, and that is okay. So yeah, I see. I'm smelling what you're saying, but yeah, MS is very much not that, and so it's not. Yeah, it's not like a generational thing established in 1978.
Crumb Card's anus was so hurt from me spanking it before the show started in chat today that he's finally come back at 9:52 to say, "Come on, gay cuckling, pay daddy's bills for him." Now, first of all, it's Gray Duckling. And I don't think Gray Duckling's going to rescue us today. I think if we're going to get rescued, it's going to come from the Stephanies, the Stevens, the Walters. I think it's going to come from one of those fake donos. I don't think Gray Duckling's going to be the thing that puts us over the top today. One of 3 things is going to happen. The audience is going to rally organically, and we're going to do that 165 in the next 35, 40 minutes. Number 2, we're going to miss today's goal by over $100. Or number 3, our big fake donors are going to come in and make big fake donations and bail us out at the last minute. You know, this show is a lot like Wall Street. We either make our money and people hate us, or we get bailed out at the last minute and people hate us even more. We only win when we lose. So we're going to find out where we stand today. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Johnny's mother's pussy smells like week-old tuna. Now, that doesn't seem like
these are weird assertions. I didn't know you met my mother. That's I'll tell you that. I didn't know that about her. I'll be sure to pass that along.
I hope you don't know what your mother's pussy smells like. I hope it's been 40 some odd years since you've been down there.
43 to be exact. But it's like I said, I didn't even know that my mom and Joey Caravello had known each other. That's how out of her.
Joey Caravello might have fucked your mom.
I guess if he's telling me what her pussy smells like, I'm assuming he's been within proximity. Otherwise, what's the other possibility? He made that up. Come on.
Gray Duckling with 20 gifted memberships. I spoke too soon. Thank you, gay cuckling.
Yeah, why would you call him gay?
Oh, my God.
Why would you?
Holy shit. Now, where does that put the gay cuckling? That puts him in the top 10. We take 50 out of that. But I think 20 gifted memberships it costs $80. So I think that puts gay cuckling at 100 for this week. Should we put him up there as gay cuckling?
I mean, we could. I guess it's up to Gray Duckling, as long as Gray Duckling's cool with it.
I think they got the name gay cuckling, and I think they'd like to wear it as a badge of honor.
Okay.
That puts Unforced Ego in central booking at $50. And that also means that Red Fox Mad is now falling out of the top 5. Let's see here. Red Fox Mad and his $50 are out ski. $5 from Gay Cuckling says, say his name and he appears. I believe in Gay Cuckling. I believe in Gay Cuckling. All right, that puts us 110 away from today. So one of 3 things is still going to happen. Either we're going to miss by over 100, we're going to get bailed out at the last minute, or everyone's going to rally and we're going to knock this out together. We still don't know what the end result is going to be.
But we're getting close. Come on,
Yes.
folks. We can do this.
Hold on. I gotta reload so I can read this one. $1. Every dollar counts, Johnny. $1 from Macho Machismo Vintage. I love.
Okay.
He leaves no message with it. I just love that name. Macho
Interesting name. Thank you for the $1.
Machismo Vintage. All right, it's now 110 away from this morning's goal. I think the YouTube chat's about to break down on me.
Oh, no.
I think it's about to. Chad Buzamok says, Gray Duckling, you're stealing my bit. Should we see who the biggest Steel Toe fans are who got those YouTube memberships?
Yeah, let's see who the memberships went to.
Bubble Popper, Salty Balls, Crispy Critter, J.A., Just Wow, Doodle, Who Dat, Michael Royce, Norm McDonald, Colin Oscopi, Colostomy Bag, High Main, Matt C., Sam V., Michael Shoes, Pete Magger, Griffin Dior, Dirty Death, Toddler.
What?
Toddler. I'll go shorthand. And P. Robbo, all getting memberships. Remember, you are gifted those memberships based on the amount of time you spend watching the toe. So thank you so much for your support. Also, if you're a YouTube Premium member, because we're in the partner program, you give us money for every minute of toe you watch. So I appreciate it. If you got gifted one of those memberships on YouTube, be sure to pay it forward. And on Rumble, we're 100 memberships away from 400, and we're 20 memberships away from knocking out today's goal. So go ahead and do your thing. And thank you, Gay Cuckling, for your contributions. All right, let's do this is what I'm calling a press X to doubt story for me.
Okay.
I never believe the Halloween candy with sewing needles or razor blades in it. I think these are all either urban myths or they're people fucking around with the candy after the fact to try and get attention.
Yeah, I'd say they're old wives' tales is the way I'd word it.
Well, we have a new one.
Okay.
We have sewing needles in Twix bar. These look like either Twix or Three Musketeers. I think people are going to be really upset when they realize I get candy wrong.
Oh, no.
I think that's going to make them kind of mad. You tell me if this is real or if these, I think some of these Munchausen single moms do this shit when they find their kids candy so they can get on the news and get attention.
Wouldn't surprise me. People are remarkably sadistic in that regard.
Yeah. Let's take a look. This is Glasgow, Kentucky.
Now, police in Glasgow, Kentucky are warning families.
I did not expect this to be the anchor in Glasgow, Kentucky.
It's surprising, but nice.
To check their Halloween candy after they received a report of some tampering. Now, the department posted a photo of the...
See, like, who's fucking doing that? Like, someone's taking a wrapped piece of candy, shoving a sewing needle through the wrapper. And first of all,
giving it to kids.
And if you put a sewing needle in a candy bar, what's going to happen? Someone's just going to bite down on a piece of metal and go, what the fuck is that? And then take it out. Like, you're not gonna hurt anybody. It's not like you're putting it up like the pointy side up where they bite.
And nobody eats candy, like just swallows it whole. So I don't.
Yeah. Well,
I don't understand.
You've never watched me go to town on Halloween candy.
I just unhinge my jaw and open my gullet.
Yeah.
Throw it all into the maw.
Don't forget to cup the balls.
I don't know. Like I said, I've always thought of it as an old wives' tale thing.
Yeah.
I have to see the mom before I go with your Munchausen mom's theory, but I wouldn't be surprised if somebody was looking for attention.
That's just it. We're not going to see the mom. We're not going to see the mom in this one.
Candy that appeared to contain a sewing needle inside of it. Now, officials say the report came from someone inside the community and shared the warning to make others aware.
Yeah.
Now, if you come across candy that may have been tampered with, you're urged to contact your local authority.
Here's the problem, though. Like, if you take my advice and you go, this is all bullshit, it never happens, then the one time a kid bites into a sewing needle, I'm the bad guy. Because I was nonchalant.
I think in general you just have to check the candy. I think, again, any person that's just as much as anyone's sick enough to stage that for fame, I believe you've got people that are probably just sick enough to do it. But again, that's a special kind of fucked up. And for what?
Right. What do you gain? I mean, other than being a sociopath who hates people, what else do you get out of it? I think it's
you
all
don't
for
know
attention.
necessarily who it happened to. You can't do it. You can't do it a bunch. If you do multiple pieces of candy, then this is gonna we'll be able to kind of eventually, trace our way back to you possibly.
Well, I guess not all of them are fake. Hobo Chili Recipe says, Aaron, I'm going to send you a Three Musketeers bar with a bullet in it.
Why?
Now, in fairness, that would not harm me in any way.
Not really. No. I mean,
just kind of nice. I mean, Hobo's giving me a bullet. That's kind of a friend gift.
Potentially accidentally ingest it and pass it with almost, I think, zero complications.
That's kind of a dude gift. He's just giving me a bullet. And plus, if he didn't like me, he wouldn't warn me that he was sending the Three Musketeers with a bullet in it in advance.
And really, it's the Three Musketeers part that really kind of signifies this is a gift.
I just have weird friends is all.
Makes sense.
This person texting in, if you fuck with Halloween candy, everyone knows you put fentanyl in it. That's not. No, you don't. That is
I'm on the pro not fucking with candy.
Don't put fentanyl in people's candy. I can't believe I have to say this. Let's make it a nice, happy, as my son used to say, happy Halloween, if you will. Veldrain with $10 says, Johnny, will you admit to being trapped in a woman's body before you were born?
I mean, that's what everybody's trapped in a woman's body before they're born.
Oh, sure. Blame everybody else. Veldrain.
No, we get out. That's the birth thing. We escape.
Veldrain, thank you very much for the $10. Now $10 get a sound drop.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
Now guess what?
What?
We're only $100 away from today's goal.
We can do this.
We can do $100. Here's what I say. We get those fake donos cooking. We get somebody throwing in something big again. We're going to be okay. We're going to be okie dokie.
Okay.
We got $100 left to go, and we got a bunch of shit we can talk about today. A bunch of stupid horse shit, like RFK taking mercury out of the vaccines. We got a guy in Minnesota who pans for gold. What a fucking loser until he finds something, which is awesome. We do have an update on that, the DUI testing here in Minnesota also.
Okay.
Lots of stuff still coming up. We got a half hour to knock out that $100. Let's do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. You know what I think would work well? I think now's the perfect time for one of those fake donos, because now I have hope. Before I was like, might chalk it up to a loss today. But this audience has a great way of giving me hope at the last minute.
Okay.
Bastards. Every single one of you. All right, let's do the first one here. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Still on one. Remember yesterday it was fluoride in the water.
Yeah, he was going after that, and now we're going mercury in the... Now, this is where I'm kind of a boob. We put mercury in vaccines?
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of weird shit we have in vaccines. Weird metals that we have in there. There's mercury in vaccines.
Because that stuff's toxic.
It's not good for you. That's for certain. You don't want mercury in your body or in your driveway. You really don't want either one. Mercury was never something you wanted to be associated with. But it's supposed to be. Now, I want to preface this. You're not going to believe this. I'm not a doctor.
Oh, shit.
But I really apologize.
Tell me that after the colonoscopy, you son of a...
I didn't think people would actually put garlic salt on their hemorrhoids. I thought it was a funny bit. So anyway, I think what mercury is supposed to help, you know how they said take zinc and ivermectin for COVID?
Right.
And the zinc opens up your pathways to receive the medicine or something. I think mercury is supposed to do that. It also, unfortunately, turns you into a Mad Hatter. So I don't know how long we've been putting mercury in vaccines, but as long as the mercury is not necessary to prevent diphtheria, I don't.
Why do we need it?
I don't mind us taking it out. It's like a lot of the times there's these conspiracy theories where it's like the government is poisoning us with the vaccines and they're using neurotoxins to fuck with us. And you're like, oh, come on, that's crazy. But then you go, okay, why is there mercury in vaccines?
Yeah, what is it doing? And is its effect really so star-spangled awesome that it outweighs, in my opinion, the negatives? Because I'm going to land with just being a boob. I'm going to land with no.
I think if we take,
I could be wrong.
If we take mercury out of vaccines, I'm going to go ahead and say we're not going to see a rise in polio. That's just my hot take for today. Let's listen to a smart guy talk about it, and we'll see what we think.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and I send my greetings to all the distinguished delegates at the Mnemonic Convention. I had hoped to be with you today, but the government shutdown means that I couldn't do that. The Mnemonic Convention was born from a shared moral conviction that no human being should suffer from exposure to mercury.
Wow, controversial take, I got to say.
Holy hot digs, no mercury poisoning. Oh, my God, somebody watch out for this guy.
You mean there's a group out there running around saying that no human being should be consuming mercury? I mean, the irresponsible health advice we're hearing from Robert F. Kennedy. Remember, the Democrats said this guy was going to be cavalier. He was going to be harmful to our public health. I get it now. I mean, he's running around saying absolutely no mercury in your system whatsoever. This kook is dangerous.
I want to see the guy on the other side of the field. No, guys, we need to be taking more mercury.
That is the weird thing. It's like, okay, they have to hate everything RFK Jr. does, but please show me the guy who says, no,
we need more mercury.
I'm fighting to keep the mercury in here.
You came together to protect future generations from this potent neurotoxin, and I'm looking forward to continued progress. Article 4 of the convention calls on parties to cut mercury use by phasing out listed mercury-added products. But in 2010, as the treaty took shape, negotiators made a major exception. Thimerosal-containing vaccines were carved out of the regulation. The same treaty that began to phase out mercury in lamps and cosmetics.
You bitches were putting mercury on your lips and eyelashes?
You know about the chicks who painted the watch faces so they would glow, right?
No.
They all
went mad?
They all got nuclear radiation poisoning and radiation sickness because they were taught to lick the tip of the brush to keep it
moist,
pinpoint accurate, so they could get the little dials. And I think it's like the first time a workers union thing formed because of they all got radiation sickness and died.
Well, that's like the Hatters. You know, the saying "Mad Hatter" or "Mad as a Hatter" came from the fact that Hatters used to work with mercury and they'd go fucking apeshit. They'd all go crazy, mad as a hatter.
Stuff gets in your skin even, it's bad. Which is why, again, he's like, yeah, we phased it out of this, that, and the other. I'm like, why did we put it in there in the first place?
Right. What was mercury? By the way, that was not OBS. That was some kind of co-pilot thing.
Chose to leave it in products injected into babies, pregnant women, and the most vulnerable among us.
See, I feel like that should be the first ones that we take it out of.
If we're removing it, yeah.
Yeah.
We have to ask why. Why do we hold a double standard for mercury? Why do we call it dangerous in batteries, in over-the-counter medications and makeup, but acceptable in vaccines and dental fillings? Thimerosal is...
Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. So when they switched to aluminum or whatever it was, fillings...
Yeah.
A shitload of boomers had to have mercury drilled out of their head and the new shit put in. Is it aluminum they use now for fillings?
I don't know. It's something.
I don't know.
God, I hope it's not mercury. I got one.
I could just yank one out of my head and find out I got enough of them.
Mercury-based preservative that has never undergone proper safety testing in humans. Hundreds of peer-reviewed studies identify it as a potent neurotoxin, a mutagen, a carcinogen, and an endocrine disruptor. Thimerosal...
I don't know what any of that means, but the way he's saying it makes it sound really bad.
Pretty much, it's going to kill you. It's going to give you cancer. It's going to cause you to fucking have, if nothing else, benign tumors, a mutagen.
I worry about this shit. So, he's going to take mercury out. He's going to take fluoride out of the water. And I think we landed on fluoride, good in toothpaste, don't need it in water.
Right. And there's enough ways you can add it to your own water if you
Right.
feel that's a step that needs to be taken.
So, like, I worry that he's going to get rid of the fluoride. He's going to get rid of the high fructose corn syrup, all of this, like, bad for you shit in the food. He's going to promote the beef tallow stuff. He's going to get rid of the mercury in vaccines. What's to stop the next corporatized health and human services director from coming in and just undoing all of it?
Probably nothing.
Yeah.
Unless we can look at the results and say that it's had such an amazing impact. But he doesn't have a lot of time to get that kind of impact. I mean, yeah, he's got the next couple of years, but not a whole lot of time to get like real health impact on how it's better to do it this way.
His own label requires it to be treated as hazardous material and warns against ingestion. There is not
But
a
they're shooting it
single
into
study that
babies.
proves it's safe. That's why in July of this year, the United States closed the final chapter on the use of thimerosal as a vaccine preservative, something that should have happened years ago. I want to be clear. It's inexcusable that governments around the world still allow mercury-based compounds in healthcare when safe alternatives exist.
Hot take, Bobby.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of man.
I bet you Alex likes this deal.
Yeah, and like he said, it's not even like we have to do it. There's no other way to do it. It's sad, but this is all we've got. No, we have alternatives. So why are we still doing this?
Yeah,
Why it's fucking cheap, and we got stockpiles of this shit in the back, so we're trying to sell it.
Main Vein with a great point. He says, I can't wait to see the videos of dumb liberal cunts downing mercury to stick it to Trump. Also, I got a 20 spot for Erika. Well, I'm going to assume that 20 spot already, and I'm going to knock the goal down to 85 because Main Vein is good for it. And we're going to be at 85 for today's goal, and we will do Erika at the end of the program. So we are in the double digits. Wait a minute. Hold on. Main Vein, hold on to your $20, buddy. Wait, don't hold on to your $20. We're still going to play Erika to play us out today. I just did the math.
Okay.
This is, hold on, let me get the refresh going here.
This is the story of a girl.
Citizen M is still a gay F word with $1, says good qualities in a person. Naturally intelligent, generous, gracious, erudite, radiant. Okay. Oh, he just made me basically say the N-word. Let me do this again. Good qualities in a person. Naturally intelligent, generous, gracious, erudite, radiant.
Oh.
Yeah. I did that.
I made this.
$85. I can't say who did it. It's got to be a fake dono, right? Fake dono, $85 says put Kmart ready on the board. $85.
Yeah, why would you call him gay?
Oh my God. So as
why would you?
Holy shit. So today's goal has been knocked out by Kmart Ready as long as we play Erika today, and then Main Vein's got that 20. So we are officially now 290 away from tomorrow. Thank you guys very much. We have hit today's goal. You guys are the absolute best. Unbelievable support, as they say on the casino. On a wall, gifting a membership to Potato Head Case. Thank you very much. Wow. So we're going to end today with Erika. Main Vein's going to drop that 20, and it's another win for the toe. Thank you, guys. Kmart Ready says, acknowledge me. I acknowledge you, my tribal chief. Let's go ahead and put him on the board. Kmart Ready, that's going to put him in third place ahead of TDR Shit Show. Kmart Ready, $85. Fourth place, TDR Shit Show with $75. Average Plumber is in Central Booking with $50. And that means that Unforced Ego is out of Central Booking and falling down into 6th. So let's go Unforced Ego at 50 so we can keep track if he shows up again. Thank you very much. All right. So Kmart Ready is in the top 5. We got a fake dono for $85. We got another win for the toe as long as we make good for old Main Vein. Wow. What a day. Peaked up in
if anyone wants to see Kmart Ready higher, they can fake dono to that cause.
Oh, yes, absolutely. You can absolutely donate in Kmart Ready's name. And thank you. And I guess we should thank Kmart Ready as well, because without him, that wouldn't have happened.
You made this all possible.
So he did contribute to the show today. Don't say he didn't. Veldrain with $5 says, what's wrong with mercury? Blackbeard used to inject mercury into his urethra as a way to cure syphilis. I mean, it didn't work, but still. I think that would be what's wrong with mercury. Main Vein with $20. Now we're officially over for the day. Thank you very much for the 20 by Main Vein.
Thank you.
Let's fuck. I still can't get it out of my head. You and Karmic doing a show together.
Seems like I don't know enough about the shows Karmic does to know how well I'd pair with that. I've never seen it.
I think it would be spectacular. I think it would be really awesome, and I think you guys should sit down and you should talk about it. That's all. 285 away from tomorrow. Thank you guys very much for your generosity today and a wonderful program in general. We've got the panning for gold guy is probably a good one to end on today.
Okay.
Because
it's in Minnesota. That's not a really big panning for gold area.
We also have like 13 minutes left.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we really want to jump into Asmund Gold thinks we need to get rid of birthright citizenship. That's something we can chew on for a minute here. I agree with him. I don't think that you should be able to just squat out a kid, like shit out a kid and then go, oh, it's on this side of the border. We all get to stay. But it isn't. I believe it's in the original draft of the Constitution. I don't think it's an amendment.
Yeah, no, the birthright citizenship thing is interesting because on the one hand, I agree.
Wrong.
What?
1898 14th Amendment.
Okay.
Guarantees birthright citizenship to anyone born in the United States. So it wasn't in the original Constitution. It wasn't in the Bill of Rights, the first 10. Right. It was 1898. We'd been a country for over 100 years, and it was U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark that ended up, the Supreme Court ruled that the 14th Amendment, the 14th Amendment did not guarantee U.S. citizenship. The Supreme Court decided in a case that the 14th Amendment guaranteed birthright citizenship. Wasn't the 14th Amendment the slaves?
I'm not sure.
That was the 13th.
I'm just thinking I'd be okay with us having to take like a citizenship test kind of deal. Kind of like when you're about to graduate high school and become an adult and stuff. One of the things you have to do is your parents are citizens. You're kind of grandfathered in as a kid. And then you become a citizen. Bada bam. I think it would help us overall, overall intelligence.
I'll learn all this shit when I spend all the money I'm going to spend on law school.
Okay.
I'll learn all that shit. The 14th Amendment is a U.S. constitutional amendment ratified in 1868, granted citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in the United States. Well, then why would it say that the Supreme Court ruling established it if the 14th Amendment establishes it? It also includes the Due Process Clause, love that one, which prohibits states from depriving any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Now, this is person. The 14th Amendment clarified that due process did not just apply to citizens. It applied to all people inside the United States of America. So there is that little tricky one. That's why Trump can't just deport people. ICE can't just grab a guy and fly him to El Salvador. You got to detain him. You got to go through the process. You have to get not immigration order, a deportation order. And you have to be allowed to give him the old see you later. So there you go. You guys learned something today. The 14th Amendment. Huzzah.
Interesting.
Huzzah indeed. Kmart Ready says, you can prove it wasn't fake. I'm an attention whore. Yeah, exactly. Kmart Ready knows the score. That's why I love him so much. Kmart Ready is all right. Kmart Ready is our dude. MSO says, nobody's saying you can't shit out a kid. Nobody's saying you can't go to town. We're just saying you can't shit out a kid in town and become a citizen.
I love how hard that bit is hanging in. Every week it keeps enduring. It's
MSO keeps it alive on his own.
It's beautiful.
He does. But I agree with Asmongold that we shouldn't have birthright citizenship, but good luck. I think
anybody else of that?
We've overturned one constitutional amendment in our entire history?
Which one did we overturn?
Prohibition.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with prohibition, with a constitutional amendment, you can't just get rid of a constitutional amendment. You have to pass another constitutional amendment that reverses that one. You have to put it in layman's terms, in order to undo a constitutional amendment, you have to play an Uno reverse.
This is really weird. So it's like over time, we just keep stacking these amendments, and some of them are just to correct the path from the turn we took before. Okay.
LL Cooley says, Jesus, what a moron. The guy who thinks islands float wants a test. You'd be deported immediately, Johnny. Now, in fairness, Digger said that islands float.
Yeah, I am not happy with this idea that I was the one who said islands float. I was the one saying very much that islands didn't float. The best you can get for me being stupid is saying, because if they floated, when planes landed on them, they'd tip. That's it. And that's just practical.
Yeah. LL Cooley, you're actually a really funny guy. I think if you tone down like how hostile and angry and upset we make you, I think you'd be like Kmart Ready and you'd be a fun little anti-steel toe voice. Because, nice. Even back in the radio days, I love a good anti-steel toe voice. They can be fun to have a back and forth with. It's just most of you get so irrationally full of anger and hatred that you're like, you don't even become fun. It just seems kind of miserable to be you.
Don't hold on to this. Just like breathing. Let it in, let it out, and move on.
I'm trying to help you. That's all I'm doing. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension in Minnesota is standing behind the disputed DWI tests as accurate and reliable. Now, remember, there is currently a hold in Minnesota. You can't use breathalyzers right now to determine DUI. It's not
because they kind of exposed how they aren't necessarily very accurate.
There were data entry errors that raised questions about the validity of breath test results in hundreds of cases in the state of Minnesota. So now they can't use them until this court hearing is done. And with the court hearings that we have, they haven't established yet that these things are legit. There is the data entry revealed a mathematical recalculation of each DWI breath sample that was in question.
Okay.
Now, the BWC says the BCA, said that they got their own DWI scientist to analyze it and found, surprise, surprise, they found the data to be accurate and reliable. So now basically the people challenging this are going to go to court with the BCA. They've both got their scientists. Both of their scientists say that their side is right. Personally, I don't really know about how effective the breathalyzer thing is. I know the bullshit that they use to claim probable cause for getting your breath is bullshit. Right. They go, oh, can you step out and do this test? And then you do a test that a sober person would stumble in. And if you stumble a little, they go, oop, we're thinking maybe you're drunk. You got to breathe into this.
We better do the breath thing. Follow the tip of this pen, and they lift it. And like, no, don't move your head, just your eyes. No, don't move your head. It's like you're lifting it out of my field of view. I can't roll my eyes any further back in my head.
Right. And then they go, oh, well, you moved your head a little.
Oh, you're moving your head a little. We better, looks on shaky, balance seems a little fuzzy. We better have you do the breathalyzer quick. And then they also say if you don't want to do the breathalyzer, we can take you downtown and do a blood test.
Exactly.
Kind of really putting you on the spot for all of that.
I don't know, man. I don't think it's going to hold. I think they're going to be allowed to use the breathalyzer again. I don't think there's a court that's going to vote to like change shit that heavy, because if it happens here, it's going to happen everywhere.
Right. And if we become the first one to cry these things don't work right, There's going to be a lot of people all over the place who, let's face it, even without the breathalyzer, you're fucking loaded.
Yeah.
And they're going to throw it out like, oh, the breathalyzer's bullshit.
Hey, Kmart Ready says, I'll raise the stakes. Put me at number 1 tomorrow, and I'll unsub. Ooh, don't admit that's your favorite show. Like, that's embarrassing, but oh well. LL Cooley says, yeah, Aaron, I'm angry. You're a lol cow. We watch for the laughs. Well, Johnny, aren't we a comedy show?
Yeah, so you're getting what you came for. You're welcome.
Thank you, LL Cooley, admitting I'm funny. Another win for the toe. See, this is what I mean. It's the hostility. It's like, you win when you have fun with the things you hate. Instead of like this trying to prove to me that you hate me for the right reasons or the wrong reasons or this and that. A little back and forth, have a little fun. It's a lot better that way, buddy. I'm sorry. Here
You're
we go.
You're going to feel better throughout your whole day.
Sean from Potentially Criminal. Here we go. He's got this for us. He says, FSTs are tests you can completely pass, and yet the cops can still determine you're intoxicated. I've hated field sobriety tests. I've never had a DUI. I've never even had to do one of the tests. I just think that they're complete horseshit because it's nothing but making you wobble a little bit, making you stumble a little. I mean, no discerning for age, for weight, for body balance, for, bad hips, bad knees, bad ankles, anything. If you're trying to, first of all, try to walk heel to toe like that.
Oh,
and
now who's fucking bragging?
Well, sorry. And try not to stumble. It's it's really hard.
I can do the first part of those field sobriety tests where it's like just go forward 10 steps and come back straight as an arrow. I can do those really easily.
I hope they strike it down. I just don't think they're going to. They're certainly not going to strike down the using the breathalyzers. It creates way too much of a precedent that I don't think Minnesota courts have the balls to do. And then also on the other hand, we're not even challenging the way they get to use those breathalyzers. Like the field sobriety tests are not in question here.
And that's always been the weird part to me. We realize regardless of how noble these police officers might be or whatever, field sobriety test is literally them eyeballing it, going, no, I'm gonna kind of use it. All right, I'm gonna gauge it with the old peepers here. Go ahead, walk some steps. Oh, it looks like you're wobbling. I think that's intoxication. Like it's literally they're eyeballing it and making a judgment call.
Johnny, we officially got LL Cooley to turn. He says, I appreciate the laughs, buddy. And he even commented with the other show listeners. He says, good point, Sean. Ladies and gentlemen, we have tamed LL Cooley. I tell you what, man, I tell you, I'm the grump whisperer. All right, here's our deal tomorrow. Kmart Ready says that if he gets enough donations on his behalf that he gets to number 1 tomorrow, he's going to unsub from the I stalk Aaron Imholt and him like the creepiest guy in the world hack show. So I appreciate that. We'll see if we can do that and if he makes good. Grand Poobah with $1 says it's not about how well you follow the pen. It's about an involuntary twitch of your eyes as it moves across your field of view and into the peripheral.
Perhaps.
I don't like it when people sound really smart and I don't have anything to fucking push back on them with.
I can't. Yeah, I can't.
Because I respond with like the conservative Republican thing where I go, oh yeah, fucking libtard. That's not the way it works in America. It's the best I can do. All right, guys, we're going to end today with a double request that we got. This will play us out. Thank you very much for a wonderful show. Be sure to tune in to Johnny today at 1 o'clock Central Time. Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube. Now, we got a request from 2 people to play this song to play us out today.
All right.
Main Vein, and you're not going to believe this, Vice President J.D. Vance.
Okay.
They both wanted us to play this song to end the show. We will see you tonight at 6 p.m. for the evening show on this channel, 1 p.m. Central Time for Johnny's show today. Now, make sure you check out the clips and the shorts we're going to put up today. It really does help us out, and we appreciate it. On your way out, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and I'll talk to you later.